Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Apologies for the slight delay in the start time, but we're now ready to go and really delighted to start the day with you. So it's a true honor to be here with you all today for the 7th 4 per thousand day. We're here in Dubai in the margins of COP28, and we're delighted to spend the day with you to take stock on what the 4 per thousand initiative has achieved in the last year, and to discuss perspectives on future directions and priorities. So the theme for this day is let's put soil health higher on the international agenda and act together now. And it is incredibly timely that we already have an important win for soil health at this COP, since last week when 134 world leaders signed on to the COP28 UAE Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems, and Climate Action. This declaration specifically mentions enhancing soil health as a way to maximize climate benefits of agricultural practices within one of its objectives. So we're really delighted that our collective work as a movement is bearing fruit. So we thank you all warmly for taking the time to join us, whether in person here in Dubai or on Zoom, to help advance our cause of soil regeneration for climate mitigation and food security. I'm Gabrielle Bastien, the founder and now honorary member of Regeneration Canada and the vice president of the 4 per thousand initiative, and it's a real pleasure to be chairing this meeting. So to begin the day, I'm honored to welcome live on Zoom the president and founder of the 4 per thousand initiative, who is the mayor of the city of Le Mans in France, Mr. Stéphane Le Foll. So please join me in welcoming him.
Minister, dear friends, as every year, it is my pleasure and privilege to open and welcome you to the 4 per thousand Initiative Day alongside the COP of the Climate Change Convention. Despite the gloomy and even worrying international context in the Middle East and Ukraine, the 28th conference of the party to the United Nations Framework Convention of the Climate Change has begun in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. As it has become customary, the hybrid format of our 4 per thousand day enable everyone to take part in person for those who were able to make the trip. It's not my case. And only for those who were unwilling to take the journey to Dubai. As it has been the custom for many years, the Forum of Partners will be opened by a high-level segment during which personality representative members, partners, and even friends will be invited to take the floor to present their activities and their vision in the context of the initiative's objectives. The general theme of this 4 per thousand day is let's put soil health higher on the international agenda and act together now. This is even more important given that this international context with the Russian-Ukrainian war and the Hamas-Israeli conflict has pushed environmental issues into the background, starting with the fight against climate change, the erosion of biodiversity, and against desertification. And what about soil health, which is vital if we want to have any chance of meeting all the challenges I have just listed. Unfortunately, I was unable to make the trip to Dubai to be with you physically, but I was keen and open this annual day, which is so important for our community, our family, I may even say with, of course, the implementation of our 2050 strategy plan. I am sure that Gabriel Bastien, our Vice President, will guide and work with grace and efficiency. Before handing over to her, I would like to thank very warmly on my behalf and that of Ibrahim Mayaki, the second Vice President, for having traveled here to chair this 7th day of 4 per 1,000 initiative, comprising the 8th Forum of Partners and the 9th Consortium of Members. My dear Gabriel, you have the floor and the chairmanship. Goodbye, and next time.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear Stéphane, for these opening words. So to begin my opening address, I will share a few brief reflections on the geopolitical state of the world as it relates to our field of interest, soil health, that will complement the words of our president. So the last several years have been marked by unprecedented crises that have shaped political priorities around the world. For a period of over 2 years, the entire world was focused on the COVID-19 pandemic until 2022. Since then, the Russian-Ukrainian war and now the Hamas-Israeli conflict have made food sovereignty a major geopolitical issue. It is striking to note that prior to these major crises, the attention of policymakers, but also of private players, seem to have finally started focusing on the environmental challenges of our modes of economic development. Climate change and biodiversity, to which we can add desertification, were highlighted as top priorities, and we sensed a general movement of hope to meet these global challenges without ignoring or minimizing the need for food security for all. Since the Russian-Ukrainian crisis pushed the virus out of the headlines and was itself pushed out by the conflict between Hamas and Israel, we have seen countries turning in on themselves as each pursues their quest for self-sufficiency and autonomy in feeding their population. The increase in the price of energy, raw materials, fertilizers, and therefore foods, as well as the resulting inflation, have forced political decision makers to make choices with short-term considerations at the detriment of our longer-term future and sustainability. In this context, considerations about our soils and their health have taken second place, even though many of us still claim and repeat that soil health is a first and necessary step to guarantee humanity's future on the planet, since it is a prerequisite for combating climate change, biodiversity erosion, desertification, and food insecurity. The current COP28 of the UNFCCC and the forthcoming COP16 of the UNCBD and UNCCDL are opportunities that should not be missed to put soil health at the top of the international political agenda. The theme of this day of the 4 per 1,000 initiative is all about this. Yesterday on World Soil Day, we took the opportunity to speak at the many side events we have organized or co-organized to put soil health at the top of the international agenda of the Rio Conventions. So thank you for joining us for these important events, and let's continue to work together towards this goal day after day. Since the end of 2022, the initiative has also placed strong emphasis on regional engagement, with no fewer than 3 regional or sub-regional conferences in 2023, which happened in West Africa, Northern Europe, and Asia Pacific. On each occasion, fruitful partnerships have been forged and appropriate funding found. It is important to emphasize the extent to which this cooperation and the close collaboration between ministries, international and regional organizations, NGOs, scientific institutions, producer organizations, and businesses have enabled these meetings to be organized, all of which have resulted in roadmaps to be implemented at the regional level, so very concrete outcomes. It is through concrete actions of this kind that the initiative will have an impact on the ground in favor of soil health. 2023 will also have seen the participation of the 4 per 1,000 initiative in many events and conferences organized around soil and agroecology in the context of the fight against climate change and food insecurity. So let us continue the work of our network in support of our common good, our soils. So once again, in the name of the organization, thank you so much for joining us for the 7th day of the 4 per 1,000 initiative in Dubai and online to support our initiative and this most important cause. So for a brief overview of our day together, we have ahead of us 2 major segments to our day. First of all, the Partners Forum, which will begin by a high-level segment during which we will welcome a wonderful array of speakers who will share with us interesting developments on what their organization is working on in relation to the 4 per 1,000 and the theme of the day. After the Partners Forum, we will then conclude by the Members Consortium this afternoon. So without further ado, please allow me to open the high-level segment of this 8th Partner Forum. So we have the true honor of welcoming as our first speaker today, Mr. Nicolas Niemchninov, the French ambassador, extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the State of the United Arab Emirates, representing the French Minister of Agriculture locally. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Niemchninov.
Good morning, everyone. Dear distinguished partners and members of the 4 per 1,000 initiative, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure and an honor for me to address you few words at the beginning of your 8th forum. On behalf of the French Minister of Agriculture, he will be here in a few days, but also at the occasion of this forum, that matters for me personally, because I think the soil issue is an important one. We discussed that when I arrived here. I think it's very important. And you are here today to share the progress of your work on carbon sequestration in soils through agroecological farming practices, but also and above all to convince with your work the international community meeting in Dubai to give soil health a higher place on the international agenda and on the global conversation about the climate change. How can agriculture would contribute to mitigating climate change while ensuring food security and nutrition? That's a key question for our future. And like every other citizens on this planet, and also because I'm a small farmer in France, being diplomat, I understand that the fact that without healthy and living soils, be it, I mean, preserved or restored where needed, there is no chance to meet the interlinked challenges of climate change and food security. So that's very clear for me, and that's very important. We should say, and you probably will discuss that today, that the situation is of the soils is not very reassuring, and the soil degradation everywhere seems to be worsening, causing the loss of 1% of GDP every year. I discovered this figure coming here, and it's very impressive. Of course, here in the Gulf region, you are in a region particularly hardly hit by soil degradation and low agricultural yields, while at the same time being severely impacted by the drought and more intense sand and dust storms resulting from the global warming, which of course, jeopardize all regional food self-sufficiency strategy. And despite this fact, few countries of this region are yet partners or members of the 4 per 1,000 initiative. Yet several local research institutes share concerns regarding soils health and are committed to identify the best solution for sustainable soil management and agricultural production here in arid zones. I'm thinking in particular of the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, based here in Dubai, and also the Middle East Green Initiative projects to plant 40 billion trees and restore degraded land. I hope, and I do believe that the venue of the COP28 in this region will be an opportunity also for these countries to better know and join your 4 per 1,000 initiative. But of course, I want to conclude my introductory remarks by an optimistic and encouraging note, because the Dubai COP28 is already making history with this first declaration on sustainable agriculture, resilient food systems, and climate action proposed by the Emirates and endorsed by 134 heads of states and government on Saturday. This declaration invites to restore land and natural ecosystems and enhance the important issue of soil health. And really, I think it's very important milestone. For the first time, we have a text, we have a document, we have a political document endorsed by the international community on which you could build. And on which you could bid for the next COP, and especially on the combat desertification conference, which be held in Riyadh next year, I think. So I encourage you to exploit this very important political pioneer declaration. You can, of course, always count on my country, France, to support the 4 per 1,000 initiative, and here, on my personal commitment to promote it in the region. I wish you a very fruitful and successful day of panels and discussions, and thank you very, very much. And sorry again for my voice, but I did it, at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Niemczninov. It's really an honor to have you with us. So next up, we have a video by Mr. Marc Fesneau, who is the Minister of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty of the French Republic.
Mesdames et messieurs les présidents de l'initiative, mesdames et messieurs, monsieur le secrétaire exécutif, je remercie les organisateurs pour l'opportunité qui m'est donnée de vous adresser ce message vidéo. Le monde fait face à des crises qui ont un impact profond sur les systèmes alimentaires et sur la sécurité alimentaire mondiale, que ce soit la guerre en Ukraine ou la crise climatique qui se double d'une très forte érosion de la biodiversité. Face à ces crises, nous devons accélérer la transition écologique des systèmes alimentaires si nous voulons garantir la capacité de production alimentaire à long terme et assurer l'accès de tous et toutes à une alimentation saine, diversifiée, équilibrée et en quantité suffisante. Les systèmes alimentaires vont en effet devoir s'adapter, renforcer leur résilience, mais aussi être porteurs de solutions en réduisant leurs émissions de gaz à effet de serre et en préservant les ressources naturelles. Les sols agricoles et forestiers, qui sont à la base de la production alimentaire, sont un pilier essentiel de cette transition. Gérés de manière durable, ils constituent des puits de carbone indispensables pour relever le défi climatique. À l'opposé, ils peuvent aussi, lorsqu'ils sont dégradés, être une source d'émissions de CO2. C'est pourquoi la France et l'Europe encouragent des pratiques vertueuses pour les sols avec l'adoption de mesures et de textes ambitieux dans le cadre du Pacte vert, de la stratégie Farm to Fork et de la nouvelle PAC. Des travaux sont aussi en cours au niveau européen pour la mise en place d'un cadre de certification qui permettra de rémunérer les pratiques agricoles favorables au climat, parmi lesquelles les pratiques favorables au stockage du carbone dans les sols. La transition est par ailleurs au cœur du pacte et de la loi d'orientation et d'avenir que le gouvernement français va bientôt présenter au Parlement et le renouvellement sans précédent des actifs agricoles en France dans les 10 prochaines années constitue, en même temps qu'un défi, une opportunité pour accélérer cette mutation. Si la place des sols a été davantage reconnue ces dernières années, il faut poursuivre nos efforts et continuer sans relâche à convaincre dans toutes les géographies et à toutes les échelles. L'initiative 4 pour 1000, avec son approche partenariale, est un maillon essentiel pour démultiplier et mettre à disposition le savoir, grâce aux échanges entre pairs, mais aussi grâce à l'appui de son panel scientifique. La question de l'évaluation des impacts est en effet essentielle pour identifier et encourager les meilleures pratiques selon les contextes pédoclimatiques et accompagner au mieux les changements de nos agricultures. Il nous faut produire suffisamment en décarbonant, en préservant la biodiversité et l'eau, en utilisant moins d'intrants et en permettant aux agriculteurs de vivre de leur métier. Et il nous faut mesurer tout cela de manière rigoureuse. Je salue à cet égard le lancement récent du Consortium international de recherche sur le carbone du sol, qui permettra d'approfondir les recherches sur les sols et de partager plus largement les connaissances scientifiques en matière de carbone organique du sol. En 2023, l'initiative 4 pour 1000 a co-organisé 3 conférences régionales ou sous-régionales en Europe, en Afrique et en Asie-Pacifique, preuve de son dynamisme. 2024 doit être une année tout aussi fructueuse. Pour cela, elle a besoin du soutien de l'ensemble de ses membres. Et la France soutient l'initiative depuis le premier jour. Mesdames et messieurs, la gestion durable des sols, leur régénération, la lutte contre leur dégradation doivent être un objectif prioritaire de l'agenda des grandes conférences internationales comme la COP28. Chacun d'entre nous a un rôle à jouer pour développer des actions concrètes en faveur de sols sains, riches en carbone. Vous pouvez compter sur ma détermination et celle du gouvernement, et j'espère compter sur votre mobilisation et sur votre soutien à 4 pour 1000. Je vous remercie.
And thank you, Mr. Feno, for this video. Just for your information, most videos that we have were recorded prior to Friday. So we're not taking into account this important advancement, which was the signature of the Declaration on Agriculture and food sovereignty and resilience, as was described by Mr. Niemczninov, a very important advancement. So next up, we have a video by Mr. Luis Planas Puchades, who is the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food of the Kingdom of Spain.
It's an honor to address you in the opening of this event, the 4,000 day as Agriculture Minister of Spain. Agricultural soils are essential for ensuring food security. In Europe, it is estimated that 60–70% of soils are in an unhealthy state, and agricultural soil management practices directly affect soil structure, organic matter content, fertility, and biodiversity. The organic carbon storage capacity of soils is a very important tool against climate change. Spain joined the 4,000 initiative in 2015 during the Paris summit when it was launched. Along with France and Germany, we are one of the main partners of this project. Now, it is time to take action and focus our work on a much broader concept of soil health. The current geopolitical and socio-political circumstances highlight the need for efficient food production systems, for which it is essential to have healthy soils. To a certain extent, soil is both the great protagonist but also the great unknown in the agri-food system. During periods of intense drought, such as the one that we experienced in Spain in 2022 and 2023, we have noticed how healthy soils with high levels of organic carbon are better able to retain moisture and nutrients and to be more resilient. Fortunately, between all of us, we are helping to make soil's role in the future of our planet and our food more increasingly visible. To this end, we are committed to support research and to establish networks to enable the exchange of information and collaboration between scientific communities. At the same time, it is also essential to establish channels of communication between these communities and society. I hope this session helps as a guideline to explain to society the role of soil in their own food supply. But also it is aspects that raise awareness on the importance of the soil conservation for the future generations. This is our main goal, and we have to achieve it.
Thank you, Mr. Puchades, for these powerful words. So to follow, we have our last video of this first segment, which is from Mr. Cem Özdemir, who's the Federal Minister of Food and Agriculture of Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sending you warm greetings from Berlin. We're jointly facing the challenge of tackling the climate crisis and its consequences, and of feeding a growing world population. Soil is vital to our existence. It provides habitats, contains nutrients, and stores water. It is made up of dynamic, living organisms that preserve our planet's ecological diversity through fascinating interactions. Soil is a scarcely researched pool for biodiversity and is the second largest active store of carbon after the oceans. The regeneration of degraded soils therefore offers a great opportunity for carbon storage. Preserving soil organic matter is essential for the prevention of emissions. Sustainable soil management thus plays an important role in climate change mitigation. It is therefore time to rethink and promote high-yielding agricultural sectors that preserve and rebuild natural resources. For instance, agroecological approaches that focus on soil health can be a decisive step forward in this regard, because only healthy soils will be able to feed a growing world population in the long term. In recent years, the public has become increasingly aware of the importance of our soils, and rightly so. The dedication of the 4 per 1,000 initiative is making a significant contribution in this matter. We're proud to be part of this initiative. I'm confident that this international alliance will enable us to make good progress towards our common goal. I would like to thank you very much for your commitment, and I'm looking forward to our continued cooperation.
Thank you for this video of Mr. Özdemir. So to follow, we're very excited this morning to have an inspirational presentation by Mr. John D. Liu, who is the ambassador of the Common Land Foundation, which is a global movement to restore degraded ecosystems based in Amsterdam. So please welcome on stage Mr. John D. Liu.
So I'm really grateful to the organizers for inviting me. I'm very thankful to the Common Land Foundation and the Mustard Seed Trust, which make it possible for me to do this work. And it's a long story of how I got here. It's really about my position in observing transformational change. So I began my adult life as a journalist, as a cameraman, taking pictures of the leaders in different parts of the world. But after encountering ecology, I shifted my life to focus on evolutionary succession. And I realized that we live in a massive universe, and that throughout unbelievable expanses of time and space, and there's one planet that we know of within this enormous area, which has an oxygenated atmosphere and a fresh water system and fertile soils and amazing biodiversity. And this is the planet which we live on. And when I started to study this, I realized that actually when the Earth formed, it didn't have an oxygenated atmosphere, a fresh water system, and it was not the beautiful biodiverse system that we experience. And as I began to understand, it's a biochemical photoreactive process that over really enormous time, 3.8 billion years of life on Earth, has created, constantly filtered, and continuously renewed the systems that we depend on for life. And that humans actually don't appear in this scenario until much later, when there's a wonderful system. And in the scientific community, it's often discussed as shifting baselines. So if we are born and we come out and take a look at what we see around us, it sort of depends on what we see. And the climax equilibrium that emerged over evolutionary time is amazing. But humans have often focused on what we could build and what we understood by extracting and manufacturing things. And we put a value on that. And we've said that this is the basis of wealth. And this is the basis of money, the fashioning of the material things. And there is very little evidence that this is true, because all of the things which we extract and manufacture emerge from what exists. This is simply a cat video so that you'll like me. These are cheetahs who are nursing in the wild. If you get a chance to go to Masai Mara, it's amazing. But essentially, what I began to understand was that the wealth, the health, the life support systems on the planet are not made by man. And that by extracting, manufacturing, and buying and selling things, what we were doing was we were creating derivatives. And we were saying that these derivatives were more valuable than the system that gives us life. And this is not true. So we have a fundamental mistake in logic at the core of our reasoning. And that unless we understand this as a society and as a civilization, we will not get a different result. Now, I wanted to show you that the Earth 3.8 billion years ago was not the same as the Earth today. And that we know that this is electron microscopic things. And I see a colleague I met recently from Sydney University, and he was talking about the aggregates in soil. These are filamentous fungi that exude polysaccharide sheaths and spread out, and they aggregate the soil together. And without this, you don't have soil structure. And when you don't have soil structure, you don't have the pores, which allow the moisture to infiltrate and be retained. And when we understand the complexity of this system, and we understand that it was self-organizing, self-replicating, and took place over a very, very long time and led to a climax equilibrium in which human beings could emerge, then we have to consider what is the role of humans from the perspective of evolutionary traits. And I would say that it seems that we're supposed to be conscious. We're supposed to have the ability to use our quite complex brains to analyze, and we're supposed to use language ability to explain what is happening. And what I found was that the power of these natural systems is the basis not only of biodiversity. Well, there are 3 systems that I found, and I found 30 some, but my advisors told me it's too complicated. Make it more simple. So I tried to reduce this to 3, and I found that biodiversity, biomass, and necromass, or accumulated organic material, as each generation of life dies and gives up its body, these are the basis of the systems, the many systems, and they create, constantly filter, and continuously renew the oxygenated atmosphere and the freshwater system and the fertile soils. They also regulate hydrology, weather, and climate. So what I started to realize was that the biological life self-organized to alter the physics on the planet. And if we look at that earlier picture of the planet, we realize that it was more like Mars or the moon, but with an oxygenated atmosphere, with a high canopy, and with all this vegetation and organic material, it's processing all of the systems. And so what this does is that it holds moisture, it changes the surface temperatures, and it changes the surface temperatures by huge amounts. If anyone wants to discuss this, I'm keen to talk about the temperature differentials that I've found, which can be as high, the highest I've found are 45 degrees centigrade between sands in shifting sand deserts and below artificially created vegetation, which is 25, from 70 degrees centigrade on the sand to 25 degrees below the vegetation. So when we think about 1.5 to 2 degrees in temperature averages, and we want to affect these temperature averages, we need to consider this. And I also found that the biodiversity, the amazing changes in the biodiversity, that in nature, you can't really remove anything, because if you remove something, you alter the system. And so when I was a journalist and going around, I was looking at the politicians and the economics and the cultural issues. And I found that when you look at these issues, they are short-term issues. They're important for the people that are experiencing them. But in terms of the longer arc of life, there's a different level of relevance. It's another dimension of thinking. I think in India, they call it Maya. It's kind of an illusion. It's a very, I mean, this building seems very solid and so on. But if you are thinking in terms of thousands or millions or billions of years, it's a thing, and it's going to crumble. And what we need to realize is we're part of a very long system. And this long system, we are one generation in this very long system. And so we shouldn't be really just thinking of ourselves as individuals. We should be thinking of ourselves as part of a species. And it is our social ability, our ability to act as a species on a planetary scale, which has made humans quite dangerous, but also very powerful, and why we're calling this the Anthropocene. Now, this is where I started to study in the Luz Plateau about 30 years ago. I was asked by the World Bank to document the largest restoration program. Now, the Luz Plateau is the cradle of Chinese civilization. So it's the place where the Han race and many, many other races emerged. And this is to the southwest in Sichuan, fully functional system. And this is what it looked like in the Luz Plateau when I got there in 1994. So this was known as the most eroded place on Earth. It had been studied for quite a long time, so there's quite a lot of data. And knowing that it was the cradle of civilization for the Chinese race, and I'm partly Chinese, I realized my ancestors came from this place. Now, I hope the audio is working. Is the audio working coming through here? If you can bring up the audio for this. If it's not on, we'll know this in just, okay, so it's not on. Can you get it to come on?
We were all really shocked. We thought, oh my God, well.
I think it's coming out of mine.
Anybody try to rehabilitate an area that is so huge and so fundamentally destroyed ecologically. And the truth is, we spent 2 years working with the local people, with the farmers, with the local officials, with the experts in the various fields of hydrology, soil water conservation, forestry, agriculture, environment, try to understand what it would take to do something like this. And after 2 years, we still didn't have many answers. The World Bank didn't have the answer, and the local people didn't have the answer. And we spent another 1.5 years talking to the farmers in the villages, trying to understand what they had done in the past 20 or 30 years that was successful. And it was really interesting. Not much was there to show, because the current practices at that time were just not sustainable at all.
So essentially, everything that they were doing was harmful. And they were cutting trees, and they were farming on the sides of slopes, and they were free-ranging goats and sheep. And when the scientists analyzed what were the causes of this, it was tree cutting, planting on the slopes, and free-ranging of goats and sheep. And it totally disrupted the hydrological infiltration and retention, which is quite important. I think it was one of the first things that I noticed. And of course, Luz is a geomorphological name of the soil type, and it's caused by the movements of glaciers, which create a very fine powder. And it's very prone to erosion. But if it has those aggregates that hold it together, it's very fertile, it's minerally rich. And this is the basis of flooding. And this is the basis of drought, which is the other side of flooding. Because if the floods come, then all the water is lost and it doesn't infiltrate and it's not retained. And then you have drought. And it's the basis of the dust storms, which we've also heard are affecting this region. And so all of these things were happening. And when I looked at this and I compared it to the political stories or the cultural or economic stories, I realized that this was where I wanted to spend the rest of my life. And I realized that this is actually in the early 2000s in Ethiopia. So slash and burn is still going on in many parts of the world, but it leads to a trajectory which is always less biodiversity, always less biomass, and always less accumulated organic matter. And ultimately, that is collapse of the system. And when I saw this, I was thinking that this is actually the precedent of agriculture is leading to this. So we think that by commoditizing food, we're creating wealth, but actually we're creating poverty. We're creating an infinite system that was self-replicating, and we're turning it into a finite linear system, which collapses. And every civilization which went in this direction had the same result. So we're repeating history over and over. This is what they do every time I go to the Bliss Plateau. I don't know, I don't like it anymore. But they come and do this because they're excited by what they've been able to achieve. And when they started this, they just made everything that the people were doing illegal. They said, we're very sorry, but you can't cut trees, you can't plant on the sides of hills, and you can't free range goats and sheep. And as they did this, they realized that they would have to train the people to do something else. And so they had meetings and they discussed with them, well, you're gonna become restorationists. They did something else which was quite useful. They paid them. So that works well as well. But finally, the people understood it because their habitual behaviors were replaced with new habitual behaviors. And
the goal was to give a hat to the hilltops, give a belt to the hills, as well as shoes at the base. The hats meant that the top of these hills had to be replanted with trees. The belt meant that terraces had to be built to be used for crop planting and also for trees. The shoes were the dams which we had to build so that the hills could grow back to life and our economy, as well as our lives, could improve. When I first filmed Mr. Ta Fuyuan and his colleagues back in 1995, I had no idea this initiative could achieve such dramatic results. The effort that people put into converting their slopes into terraces has resulted in a marked increase in agricultural productivity. The higher yields are directly related to the return of natural vegetation in the surrounding.
the results were dramatic. And essentially, they have a tremendous amount of strange understandings. It's possible to rehydrate dehydrated biomes. It's possible to increase productivity by reducing the area in cultivation. And that all of these systems are fully interrelated. So you can't separate and remove things and expect to have a functional system. You have to understand that soil carbon is important, but it's basically all of the systems are important because they're all part of a whole. So you can't really separate out one thing or another. You have to have them all. And people are important too. So we have been making things into materialism. We need to realize that people are important to the system as well, and that people can be the agents of change, not simply the degradation. Now, Common Land Foundation was founded. I gave a speech a long time ago in Sweden, and the founder of Common Land was there, and I see Helmi in the back, which we also work with Sekim in Egypt, which is a wonderful program there. But Common Land is aggregating large landowners and also farmers and investment to do large-scale ecosystem restoration. So they have a very effective team and are leading in many ways to bring together the theory and the practice, because this is not a theoretical problem. This is a physical problem where we must act to restore the ecological function, and to understand that that's based on biodiversity, biomass, and accumulated organic matter. So all over the world now, Common Land is influencing, and they have certain core areas where they're participating in the creation of large-scale food processing, of large-scale restoration, reforestation, natural zones, and agroecology. So this is all becoming very systematic. There's a term, the 4 returns, that they're working on, which is the return of inspiration, the return of societal cohesion, the return of natural capital, and then from that, a return on investment. And then I've also founded something called the Ecosystem Restoration Camps Movement. I was having dreams, and in these dreams, people were going camping and restoring the soil, and I shook my head and said, well, that's never going to happen. But I wrote an essay, and tens of thousands of people said, that's what we want. So we created foundations in this movement. Now there's 65 of these communities in 6 continents in 6 years. So that's exponential growth, and it could become huge. We hope you'll all join in this effort, and I hope that we can join with 4 per 1,000 to take the message of soil carbon all over the world and use these living laboratories to be able to experiment where people are learning. And what we're finding is that if you do this work, you're having fun. And if you do this work, you can react to some of the most serious problems on the planet. So the first camp and community that we had was in Paradise, California, where 85 people were killed by a massive fire. And the people in California went out to restore that landscape. We're working now all over the world. So it's not only in this place or that place. We're seeing that it's not culturally specific. We can work everywhere because people are ready for this. And when you do this, you change the power dynamic from the top down to the bottom up. And the people are empowered, and they have rights. They have a birthright, and their rights should not be determined by whether they have money. We should ask, why have they lost their rights? Not, do they have rights? And what we're seeing is everyone can learn how to do this. And in doing this, they can make their own families and their communities more resilient, they can end food insecurity, and they're the most important people in the world because they're addressing directly, instantly, not the 28th meeting of a political conceptual idea, but actually every day with their own actions, increasing biodiversity, biomass, and accumulated organic matter, sequestering carbon in the soil, restoring fertility, restoring hydrological regulation, and ensuring food security and peace. So ultimately, this brings all of the things that we're facing together, just as it is in ecology, that we can't separate one thing and say we're going to deal with this, but we have all these other problems which are taking place. We have to solve them all. And ecological restoration with mass collaboration and mass participation solves all of the problems simultaneously. And we have to do this locally, but simultaneously, we have to do this everywhere on the planet simultaneously, and we have to do it now. So it's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you, and hope I have made sense. And please contact me if you wish to, and we can have this conversation again and again and again, because I've noticed over the last 30 years that very slowly it starts to catch on. I see several friends who are arriving who came at different times in this journey, and they've had a huge impact on the world. So we need to continue that. So thank you very much for, and I'm happy to speak to anybody who wants to find me. Thank you so much. Thank you again to the organizers.
Thank you so very much, John. That was incredibly inspiring. Thank you for putting things in perspective and making us take a step back and look at the Earth systems from a geological scale, and then zooming into, a specific ecosystem that was restored at an unprecedented rate, and of course the important work of the ecosystem restoration camps. That was very inspiring. Thank you. So now to follow, we will now have several shorter speeches with people either present in person or on Zoom. So to begin, we are most happy to welcome on Zoom Ms. Vensje Karen Westberg, who is the State Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food in Norway.
Good morning. Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear partners in the 4 per 1000 initiative and Friends for Soils around the world. As we all know, we have one resource so precious that the planet is named after it, namely the Earth. Yesterday was the World Soil Day, and we have noted that with enthusiasm, numerous activities around the world and also in Dubai to exchange lessons learned. Over centuries, all people and culture have paid much respect to soils as the foundation for our lives and livelihoods. In latter decades, there has been a tendency to take soils for granted, and acknowledgement of soils has been reduced. Therefore, we very much welcome the renewed attention and awareness of soils in recent years. We note in particular the broad interest among farmers. Farmers are the stewards of the land and typically take a custodian approach. In recent decades, these tendencies have often been disrupted, however, as farmers try to limit costs and time used to stay competitive. Currently, we struggle with a fourfold challenge with impoverishment of farmers, soils, the planet, and consumers. In Norway, we are in a privileged position compared to most others, and soils are generally under less pressure than what are the case in other regions. A particular challenge for Norway, however, is that soils suitable for agriculture is a very limited resource, with only 3% of our land area suitable for cultivation. In particular, we have a scarcity of land suitable for arable crops. The renewed interest for soils is therefore very welcome. There are many farmer-driven initiatives in these areas, including carbon farming, regenerative agriculture, agroecological approaches. However, we also see the various barriers exist for the widespread uptake of such soil investments. Financial burden as costs arise in the short term, while benefits arise in the long term. Complexity of measuring progress and results. Insufficiently tailored training and advisory services. We therefore appreciate that advancements in measuring progress and results are on the agenda for the 4 per 1,000 initiative. Currently, there is much expectations on agriculture from the outside world. Much of these expectations arise from concern over environmental pressures. As we see it, this attention to the environmental dimension of sustainability is justified. However, we will only succeed with this if we also respond to the economic and social dimensions of sustainability. In these areas, Norway has particular experiences with cooperative approaches to build solutions in partnerships with farmers and stakeholders, in line with the principles of agroecology. Norway supports soil-based solutions and farmer-based solutions, and we have allocated additional resources in these areas. This is an example that such solutions not only benefit agriculture, they can also attract more support. We look forward to join efforts in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Westberg, for sharing your progress in this field and for joining us today. So next up, we are welcoming on Zoom Ms. Mercedita Sombilla, who is the Undersecretary for Policy Planning and Regulations of the Ministry of Agriculture in Philippines.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting the Philippines to this Partners Forum to present our current and upcoming efforts in relation to our invigorating natural resources, in particular our soil resources. Philippine households, as in many households across the world, highly depend on natural resources for food, livelihood, and other needs. However, in our country, which is its geographical location and physical environment has made it susceptible to climate-related risks and hazards, such as powerful typhoons, extreme droughts, and other weather aberrations that have wiped out our agricultural landscapes. To enhance the resilience of our vulnerable food systems and protect food security, agriculture needs to adapt. Agriculture, as we all know, has the unique role to capture and store carbon through practices including the restoration of degraded land. Hence, it is recognized that improving soil health is important for food security and soil ecosystem services. For this reason, we support unequivocally the 4 per 1,000 initiative through the National Health Program. With the formulation of our land degradation neutrality targets, we are poised to improve the vegetation cover of our degraded forests and enhance the soil organic carbon of at least 2.2 million hectares by 2030. Towards these ends, the Philippines is engaged in the following projects: Adaptive Balance Fertilization Strategy, which promotes integrated nutrient management for rice, vegetables, and fruits to regenerate the soil resources and maintain productivity. It also promotes the judicious use and combination of organic and inorganic fertilizers, including crop residues, biofertilizers, and other available soil ameliorants using the 4 R's in nutrient management: right nutrient, right quantity, right method, and right time. Second project is on sustainable land management, which promotes contour-based technologies to address various forms of land degradation, especially in the Philippines, where soil erosion in sloping land is most pervasive form of land degradation. The incorporation of perennials like fruit trees, bananas, and other fruit-bearing trees help prevent soil erosion, serves as safety net against climate abnormalities, and provides additional sources of livelihood. Third project is on mainstreaming of biodiversity-friendly agricultural practices, such as multi-cropping management techniques, which increases soil fertility, improves the balance of insect population, and helps reduce air, soil, and water pollutants, thereby contributing to enhancing food security and strengthening ecosystem resilience. And last but not the least, the National Greening Program, which is a reforestation program that prioritizes the rehabilitation of unproductive and denuded forest lands and maintains and protects existing forested areas. This program aims to regulate climate change impacts to agriculture while contributing to nutrient replenishments of agricultural lands. Further, the Bureau of Soils and Water Management under the Philippine Department of Agriculture spearheads the National Soil Health Program since 2020. This aims to promote a systematic and holistic approach to address soil health issues and ensure sustainable use and management of soil resources and enhance productivity and income of our farmers. Because of its importance, this program is being considered to be elevated as one of the department's banner programs in 2024 with the following project components. Project 1 would be institutionalizing National Soil Monitoring and Rejuvenation Program. Project 2, National Health Monitoring through Mobile Soils Laboratory. Project 3 would be strengthening partnership of DA, BSWM with relevant agencies. And Project 4, production and improvement in soil analysis through the enhancement of soil test kits for macro and micronutrients. The key components of the program are summarized as SMS. S for strengthening of soil laboratories, M for monitoring of soil health, and S for sustainable and soil and land management practices. Finally, to bring forth a stronger, harmonized, and interactive partnership between and among committed soil enthusiasts in the Philippines, the Philippine Soil Partnership, or the PSP, was established to promote sustainable management of soil. To further amplify our endeavor, the PSP website is going to be launched on 13 December 2023. PSP website is going to be incorporated in the DABSWM website and is going to be accessible to the general public to serve as an avenue in expanding and encouraging more efforts towards agricultural productivity through healthy soils. Likewise, the Philippine National Soil Laboratory Network, or the PhilNaSolan, established in 2014 and now on its fourth year of operation with 46 member soil laboratories in the country, remains committed in improving the quality of soil data and harmonization of soil test results to provide site-specific recommendation. As a final point, we all agree that nature-based solutions, including those that invigorate soil health within food systems, can bring multiple benefits to our well-being. But all these solutions to achieve our objective have to be brought down to our farmers through various means of implementation: capacity building, technology transfer, and development and finance. So let's continue to work together to sustain our sole resource, which is a source of life. Thank you and good day to everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sombia. We salute your engagement towards healthy soil, and thank you very much for joining us today. So next up, we have the pleasure of welcoming in person Dr. Martin Frick, who's the director of the WFP, so the United Nations World Food Program, at the Global Office based in Berlin. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Frick.
Good morning, Gabriel, Paul, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of information this morning. I want to focus on one single word because I know it's difficult with all this information to remember anything speakers might have said. That word is system. And you have heard that from John Leo speaking about systems again and again and again in the context of natural systems. The attempt to catch that and bring that on a political level is talking about food systems. Now we have the declaration, and for me, it's a bittersweet moment. Sweet because we've been fighting for that for many years. And it's absolutely absurd, if you ask me, that it took 28 years to finally recognize the biggest contributor, not only to climate change, but to deforestation, water use, loss of biodiversity, which is food as a system. Now we have a declaration. That's a great thing. And finally, people paying attention. I was at a dinner with the New York Times yesterday evening, and you had all the high and mighty speaking about food systems. But do we mean the same thing? Is it about more efficient agriculture? Is it about more use of clever technology? I don't think so. I think it's about the recognition about the natural systems that keeps us alive. And I'm growing constantly more impatient when people say, yes, soils are also important. Water is also important. Imagine you would be at the International Space Station and you're doing a live YouTube because it's all funny and somebody tells you, hey, our life support system is going south. And you would say, yes, that's also important. What's the difference between this beautiful planet and Mars? And so I'm referring to Mars because of Elon Musk's plan to go there, is soil. That's the difference between life and death. That's the difference between being able to live on this planet or not being able to live on this planet. And if we have the biggest conference in the UN system, which is currently going on, and it has reached a scale which is very difficult to understand and to communicate to anyone who hasn't seen that, we must talk about soils. And the loss of them is as vitally threatening as climate change itself. The good news is that, I'm working now with the World Food Program, and we cannot catch up with the need of people worldwide. We have seen 200 million people getting more into hunger over 4 years. We are 60% underfunded. How on earth should we solve that? We will never have enough humanitarian money to feed people with aid. We need to get them back on their own 2 feet. And here's the good news, because I don't want to be Dr. Doom this morning. The good news is transferring food systems, doing the right things, building soils, getting the carbon out of the air can start right away. And there is an army of 1 billion people who stand ready, who would be happy to have livelihoods and jobs and can work and will work for very little money. And these people I'm talking about are exactly the recipients of aid. If we do what John has just shown in his video, we can turn these people into agents of change. We have all the help in the world to fix the climate crisis if we finally shift the focus and get our attention and our money to the smallholder farmers. And I'm saying smallholders, and I'm quoting Vandana Shiva, what she said yesterday evening. She said the difference between large-scale farming and small-scale farming is love and care. A smallholder farmer loves the land and cares for the people and the animals on that piece of land. And that's exactly what can help us out of the crisis. So very happy to be there. All good energy to you, and I hope more and more people hear your message. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frick, and I appreciate you taking us back to the importance of the systems approach. So next up, we're most happy to welcome on Zoom Mr. Marcian van Nieuwkoop, who's the Global Director for Agriculture and Food at the World Bank.
Yes, hello everybody. Good to see you. Greetings from here from Zoom. I'm very pleased to provide some remarks, to this high-level segments of the 4 per thousand Forum of Partners. Clearly, as came through to the various interventions that we've heard, more than ever, the world's most vulnerable people are counting on the food system and its stakeholders, of course, I mean, to come up with solutions, I mean, to feed the world without further damaging the planet. But at the same time, you know, our food systems, I mean, continues to be very much underappreciated, contributing to climate change. And it's responsible actually for significantly higher greenhouse gas emissions than previously thought, emitting about 31% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. So if the world, I mean, is to meet, I mean, the 1.5 Paris Agreement target, clearly the food systems, and that we think in the World Bank, must be front and center in our climate action. I mean, we need to clearly to decarbonize our food system, and we need to do so while meeting, I mean, the growing global demands for food and resilience to climate change. And part of that, of course, is that then investments in healthy soils are vital, I mean, to meeting this goal. I would like to raise a few points why healthy soils are critical. The top meter of soil, I mean, stores carbon at almost 3 times the carbon found in the atmosphere, and 80% of all terrestrial carbon. So this easily makes soils, I mean, the biggest terrestrial carbon sink. At the same time, unsustainable practices in agriculture have released large amounts of soil carbon into the atmosphere, and soil organic carbon stocks in agricultural land are now 20 to 75% lower than they are actually in undisturbed soil ecosystems. 52% of the world's agricultural soil are considered to be carbon depleted. And while this is a problem, it also means clearly that there's an opportunity, I mean, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and restore carbon in soils. The estimates are that soil have the potential to sequester up to 5 billion tons of carbon per year. That's a big number. Also, the IMF actually is saying that the societal price of carbon is $85 per ton. So that's actually a huge value. And 40% of this mitigation potential can be realized by protecting existing stocks of soil or organic carbon, and 60%, I mean, by restoring or recarbonizing, I mean, depleted soils. At the same time, to achieve this potential, I mean, business as usual is not an option, and we clearly need to transform our food system so that it becomes a part of the solution. And in that respect, I mean, the declaration that was signed or endorsed at the COP is a very important step in the right direction. Actually, I spoke with the COP presidency two days ago, and they actually said that after 134 countries endorsed it on, I think it was on Friday or Saturday, that actually another 3 countries have now also endorsed it. So now we are at 137 countries and counting, moving in the right direction. The World Bank is very much partnering, I mean, with countries, organizations, and all the stakeholders to transform the food system in such a way. Our commitment to climate action, we think, is evident in our corporate climate commitments, our investments, and global knowledge. I mean, since the Paris Agreement, for instance, the proportion of our finance going towards climate smart agriculture has actually doubled. Also, as an example, our recent partnership, I mean, with the Zambian government through the Zambia Integrated Forest Landscape Project has clearly demonstrated that we can use carbon finance to incentivize the restoration of forests, improvement of soil health, and a reduction of emissions with payments to farmers. We think that this project is a very good example of how integrated land use planning can really transform degraded soils and lands while adapting to climate change and reducing poverty. Also, on the knowledge front, I mean, the bank will be launching a global flagship report titled A Recipe for a Livable Planet. Actually, we will have an event at our bank pavilion at the COP to provide a sneak preview on this on Saturday, so everybody is welcome there. And this new report, I mean, details, I mean, some essential technologies to decarbonize food systems and to recarbonize the landscapes. It also shows, I mean, that healthy soils are among the most cost-effective ways, I mean, to achieve mitigation goals in our food systems. And the report also shows, I mean, that monitoring, reporting, and verification systems will be critical, I mean, to track impact and drive more money into the pockets of farmers for the ecosystem services that they provide. So in closing, I would like to commend, very much, the important work, that the members of this forum are all doing, to put soil health, higher on the international agenda. And I would also like to reiterate, the World Bank's commitment, to providing the resources and the knowledge that will help governments to act on this agenda and to address this important agenda. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Nieuwkoop. And thank you for the great news that more countries have signed on to the declaration. That's fantastic to hear. Also, just a gentle reminder to please try to keep your speeches to 3 minutes, just to make sure we can give the floor to everybody this morning. So next up, we have Dr. Kargele Masso, who is joining us on site. So Dr. Masso is the Director of Environmental Health and Biodiversity Impact Area at the CGIAR. So Dr. Masso, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm really glad to be part of it and representing CGIAR today on this event. Thank you for the reminder about the 3 minutes. I don't think I have planned for 3 minutes. I tried to skip some of the things we know. Most of it has been really said. And thanks to John, really something to learn. I think he would be ambassador of some of the work we do. Yeah, briefly, there are really 3 take-home messages for what I want to see. First of all, if we don't take care of the health of the soils, the whole food system will collapse together with all the soil functions and services. Secondly, we need to invest in the research. A lot of it is known, but we still have to do a lot to invest in research. I will try to say something about it briefly. Thirdly, there are several barriers, especially for us CGIAR working with smallholder farmers. There are several barriers to implement soil health. How can we work together to solve those barriers? Having said that, really, when we talk about potential areas for investment, we need to improve the resilience of the food system. We have to maintain the soil fertility. We have to make sure that we have sustainable systems. We have to develop early warning indicators for soil health so that we can be able to anticipate on issues, and we have to co-create solutions. We have to make sure that all the food systems actors are involved in the processes so that we can easily get adoptions of some of the innovations. For that one, CGIAR has identified 4 key areas of actions of the things we need to do. Is mainly transitioning to regenerative agriculture and circular agri-food systems, protect and restore the natural capital, reduce the environmental pollutions related to food systems, and address the root cause of biodiversity loss and environmental degradation. For now, we are working on it through 4 initiatives: agroecology, nature positive solutions, excellence in agronomy, and mixed farming systems. And we have 3 transition pathways: agroecological or sustainable intensification for low inputs, low productivity systems, redesign where we are using a lot of input with little profitability, and converse systems where we are using heavy inputs, but really with moderate profitability. We have 5 ways of seeing things. One is really co-identification of the priority research and co-creation of innovations. Is also co-development of performance indicators and assessment framework to see whether systems are working the way we want. Understanding also the regenerative agriculture value chains, try to see the policy coherence and the way to address incoherences, and also assess the barriers and the options to overcome them. To do so, we are working through platforms. We are bringing community practices, bringing in a system thinking, what was said by many of us, and making sure that we have a community practice to address this. The 4,000 is a community practice but we also invite you to join the community of practice on environmental health and biodiversity. We need to strengthen the common tools and the standards we are using. We need to do all we can do to be able to influence the global policy discourse, the NDCs, the national biodiversity strategies and adaptation plans, and rethinking the research priorities and so on. Now to conclude, I'm not sure I have managed my 3 minutes properly, but to conclude, one of the things is we have most of the solutions. We know what the issues are, but we need to act together. Let us work together, really involving all the food systems actors so that we can be able to support the science that allows to tackle the critical solutions issues, which are most of the cases really overlooked. Thank you very much, and sorry if I have not managed my budget properly. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masso, for sharing some of your strategies to co-create solutions to help advance soil health practices. So next, we're welcoming on Zoom Mr. Thierry Dupeuble, who's the director of IAM of Montpellier, a representative of SIAM.
Sorry. So, dear Excellencies, dear participants, on behalf of the SIAM and especially on behalf of the 4 directors of the SIAM's Institute and the Secretary General, I would like to thank you for this invitation to this conference concerning this very important topic on soil earth. In Europe, for several decades, and more recently in the southern Mediterranean countries, soils have often been under pressure due to a growing demand for food caused by population growth and the need to ensure food security. The development of agriculture has therefore led to technical choices that have not preserved soil fertility in all its dimensions. The priority given to productivity in crop species selections, often made in spite of their low adaptability to pedoclimatic conditions, has led to an increased use of water and fossil energy consuming inputs. This strategy clearly shows its limits in the actual context of global warming and reduced water availability. Preserving, if not restoring, soil fertility is then a major issue, especially when the availability of arable land is threatened by phenomena related to accelerating urbanization, erosion, and salinization. To address the challenge, the 4 per 1,000 initiative is very important because it is through increasing organic matter that soil fertility can be restored and water consumption reduced, and this increase, in turn, can play a role in the storage of carbon. Indeed, fertile soils contribute to food security in the region and to climate change adaptation. Through science initiatives and projects for more sustainable and responsible agri-food systems in the Mediterranean, we have always considered soil fertility as a priority in research and training, in community capacity building, and in regional cooperation projects. Moreover, the issue of soils is inherent to water and watershed management and the preservation of indigenous plant species, as it is also to sustainable food systems. At SIAM, we work to connect those different fields through an intersectoral and multi-stakeholder approach. For instance, the Sustainable Food System MED platform led by the SIAM, the FAO, and the UFM aims at integrating all these issues to improve the state of knowledge at the Mediterranean level, to develop training and research networking, and to create the conditions for a permanent dialogue between the actors who operate in the agri-food systems and are impacted by them. We will be able to achieve more sustainable food systems by combining, first, agronomy at the service of the transition towards more soil-friendly agroecological practices. And we are now under a project in the north of Africa, trying to assess various agroecological practices so that we can disseminate them all among the north of Africa. Second, economy, to favor evolution towards value chains in which equity is a central value. And third, inclusiveness, so that everyone's talents are mobilized and no knowledge is wasted. Since the launch of the 4,000 per thousand in 2015, the SIAM committed to supporting the development of the initiative, particularly on the policy and scientific aspects. We reaffirmed the commitment at the COP22 in Morocco by making available for research, training, and cooperation skills and our network to promote the exchange of knowledge for resilient and healthy Mediterranean soils. Today, we are pleased to be present at COP28 as we were at COP27, where we will intervene also about the present regional actions to fight land degradation and strengthen food security and agricultural systems resilience to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dupeuble. I appreciate you sharing your work with us and also specifically the multi-stakeholder approach at the SIAM. So next up, we are welcoming in person Dr. Bjorn Ole Sander, who's the senior scientist and Thailand country representative at the International Rice Research Institute. So Dr. Sander, I give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to speak here, and good morning to everybody. I'm not sure if everybody knows the International Rice Research Institute. We are part of the CGIAR. One of our directors just spoke earlier. In fact, we are the oldest center of the CGIAR, and our headquarters is in the Philippines. So I want to share a few thoughts and reflections with regards to rice soils and soil health. And I'm afraid that the rice community at large, and IRRI is no exception there, has so far maybe not neglected, but at least sidelined soil carbon and carbon sequestration. And to some extent, I have to say, rightly so, because methane was identified as the bigger issue and also as the issue where we can make quicker wins. And over the last 10 to 15 years, we have really made a good progress on that front. And you hear it maybe around COP. Methane is very high on the agenda, and now also agriculture is more on the picture. But this prioritization and this decision has also come at a cost. Not so much research has been done on soil, organic carbon and rice soil, and therefore also not so much data is currently available. We have around 160 million hectares of paddy soils in the world, and the research results from what we call upland soils, so from other agricultural soils, cannot be easily transferred to paddy soils. We have different challenges. We have one particular challenge, which is a trade-off that exists between soil carbon sequestration and methane emissions. The more organic amendments we bring into flooded soils, the higher the methane emissions. And so for us, the question is, what are good or even best recommendations in terms of rice straw use? And what are the best practices that can reduce methane emissions, but also increase soil carbon? So I think, and at IRRI, we think it's time to tackle carbon sequestration in paddy soils more seriously. It's important to make a contribution to the 1.5-degree target. And to some extent, the public pressure that exists in Asia, particularly to reduce agricultural burning, which is really causing significant health issues in several Asian cities, may help to put attention to this work and may also help to channel funding into this area. So at IRRI, we have started a new program on regenerative agriculture. And I don't want to go into too much detail here, but I hope that we will collect in the near future more data and also start collecting more long-term data that will be of help. And within that program, I also hope that we will engage more and more actively with the 1 per 1,000 community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonder. We really appreciate your commitment to contributing to soil regeneration and emissions reduction in the context of rice cultivation. Thank you. So now I believe we will put a poll up on the screen exactly. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to everyone here today to answer this question. So you can, so you're welcome to scan the QR code that's on the screen. And so the question is, what would you regard to be the most important developments, for example, in terms of policy, sciences, action on the ground, etc., for soils in 2023? So we would love to hear your answers on this. So feel free to answer. We'll leave the question up for a little while. So you're more than welcome to answer the poll. And people online as well, of course, absolutely. So for our next speaker, we are welcoming on Zoom Mr. Gérard Ras, who is a farmer and member of the board at GCAN, so the Global Conservation Agriculture Network in France. So welcome, Gérard, and thank you in advance for keeping your speech to 3 minutes.
Hello. On behalf of the Global Conservation Agriculture Farmers Network, I will share with you what we do on our farms to transition from traditional soil farming practices degrading soils to soil conservation and restoration farming systems. Today, the threats on food security and the threats on farmers are exploding all around the world. Growing population, wars, desertification are all human causes. A key threat at the largest scale is the impact of traditional farming practices on erosion, on depletion of soil organic matter and soil life, on water management and desertification. Soil tillage, would it be manual or mechanized, disrupts, breaks the natural cycles of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and water, which create organic matter and plant nutrition under physical, chemical, and biological processes. To make it simple, tillage kills soil biological biodiversity. The impacts of tillage practices are very visible on soil, water, pollutions, biodiversity, and on crops, as on the right here. Most people do not link this to tillage and think it's natural. Many others say the cause is use of fertilizers or chemicals. But some of my pictures here are on organic fields. Tillage is the problem and ought to be banned if we want to be logic in regulations on agriculture. Seriously, all this has already been documented by science. References on soil degradation, sustainable management methodology for monitoring, reporting, and verification have been broadly documented by the Global Soil Partnership of FAO. Since more than 20 years, FAO has described and promoted conservation agriculture systems with zero tillage, permanent soil cover, and plant diversity being used simultaneously on the same fields. A reference on soil degradation and sustainable soil management already exists by the European Commission, the Joint Research Center has published in 2009 a study named SOCO for soil conservation. All the processes of degradation are well documented. Here on the left you see plough. And conservation agriculture has been evaluated as high potential for mitigating all the problems we have about the soils with tillage practices, which are currently traditional in Europe. Conservation agriculture produces highest biomass, highest biodiversity, highest soil fertility, and highest yield. So it's good for people, it's good for the soils, and it's good for all ecosystem services. Our goal and specialty as farmers is to help all farmers in the world to implement the best sustainable soil management practices as the heart of their farming systems to improve the lives of their families and provide all citizens of the world with a sustainable food system. We need policies which do not encourage tillage. On the left, we see what is current practices on most annual crops in Europe. And on the right, this is what we can do with conservation agriculture, but which is not really encouraged. Developing countries must not copy Europe if they want to get out of poverty, as on the left, and develop better production and soil protection and conservation, and also improvement, as on the right. Please, this is the message we address to policymakers. Please elaborate policies with us, farmers, as partners in parity. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Gérard. We really appreciate your presentation. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, so next up, we are welcoming here in person Mr. Marcelo Torres, who's the president of Agroecology International, the Argentine No-Till Farmers Association. So, Mr. Torres, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure for me. My name is Marcelo Torres, president of Agroecology. First of all, I would like to thank 4,000 Initiative for the invitation to participate and give a brief message about soil health in Argentina from the perspective of farmers. Agroecology, Argentinian No-Till Farmers Association, is a non-profit, non-governmental organization composed of a network of agriculture farmers, technicians, and agronomists who are convinced that living and healthy soil are the first step towards sustainability, producing food, fibers, and energy, as well as a key allies in the mitigation of climate change. 1,000 farmers in Argentina with influence in 11 million hectares are addressing, and the role of farmers are fundamental to close the gap between rhetoric to results. It's important the role of farmers to addressing these production models. The next one, please. We started working with no-tillage over 30 years ago to take care of soils of sloping areas such as those in the center of Argentina. At that time, we did not have the adapted technology or the knowledge to do it, but the farmers, protagonists, and the conviction that this was the way to take care of soils was what allowed us to advance in the first years of the development of no-till technology. We can see a simplified sequence here. Degraded soils with huge gullies, the convergence of direct sowing with soybeans resistant to glyphosate facilitated and scaled the adoption and emergence of herbicide-resistant weeds. Although soil care improved in the following years, many problems associated with no-tillage began to appear. Long chemical fallows, herbicide-resistant weeds, and compactation. We start to think about how to solve these problems without leaving the no-till technology. We discovered that not disturbing soil was not enough. It was necessary to implement no-tillage, with a systemic approach, including other practices and strategies, such as diversification of species within crop rotation, using winter crops, summer crops, and cover or service crops. Transition to an evergreen agriculture by keeping our fields covered with living crops and roots as much time as possible. We found the intensification of crop rotation was the key to solve the problem of herbicide resistance with compactation. The next, please. We believe in the constant evolution of our productive systems. The pillars of a production system with low environmental impact are no-till, crop sequences, intensification, crop diversification, and integrated nutrient management. These are layers that overlap with one another. This evolution is based on an empirical and scientific knowledge and on collaboration. We see very often we fall into temptation to rename our way of doing agriculture and livestock production, sometimes throwing out the accumulated empirical and scientific knowledge looking to discover a new way of doing agriculture. The next, please. The high levels of adoption of direct seeding have led to the development of the seeder industry to adapt this practice to the characteristics of each region, currently having many very good local factories. Next, please. Thank you. The use of cross stubble or living cover prevents water and wind erosion and the breakdown of soil aggregates. Next, please. Living covers, in addition to preventing erosion, contribute to increased carbon sequestration. With control, increased biological nitrogen fixation if legumes are used, regulate water consumption, prevent flooding, erosion, and soil salinization. Nourish and active our diverse microbiome, among other benefits. Consequently, they contribute to reducing the use of external inputs. Next, please. Depending on the environmental characteristics of each region, determined by temperatures, rainfall, and ultimately the growing season, we can arrive at models like the one we see here, where we keep the fields green for as long as possible, even planting on living covers our harvest crops, as we see in this picture. Next, please. Some benefits. There are the benefits of no-till with the systemic approach. 28 increase in yield and 13 more stable. Reduce 60% use of fossil fuels. Reduce the use of external inputs. Improves the biological activity of soils and their biodiversity. Next, please. The next, please. Thank you. We cannot conceive of an agriculture that does not generate any emission. But we can do is try to be efficient in order to produce as much as possible with each unit of CO2 generated, CO2 equivalent generated. Double soil carbon sequestration, this model, no-till plus crop rotation and using cover crops. Double soil carbon sequestration. Reduce emissions by 40%. If we use legumes in the rotation as a service crop, reduce the use of nitrogen fertilizers. Triples grain production per unit of equivalent carbon dioxide. Next, please. Final remarks. Now coming to the point of soil health and policy, we need to highlight that soil health is slightly gaining importance on high-level discussion. Healthy soil are the necessary condition to uphold vigorous pasture, extensive crop, and cover crops, capable of capturing and storing carbon in soil through photosynthesis. On the contrary, poor soil management releases carbon into the atmosphere, for example, by doing tillage. In Argentina, progress regarding soil health had more to do with farmers and their search for better production and yield stability, rather than having adequate policies. Policies should enhance traceability and the use of environmental impact indicators so that consumers can promote good environmental practice through their choices. Climate change and soil health are closely linked, and that link is the carbon footprint. In light of this, we firmly support the need to include the role of healthy soils in a national policy discussion, an international and global policy discussion, and through this channel in climate negotiation. APRESID works towards by engaging not only with the private sector and research institutions, but also with government representatives in order to position conservation or regenerative agriculture, conservation is not enough, practice as the way to achieve living and healthy soils. Soils are a source of food, fibers, and energy. Food security and global peace depend on healthy and living soil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Torres, for joining us in person today and sharing your work. Thank you. So next up, we have Dr. Sheikh Tanveer Hussain, who's the Asia Director of Policy and Strategy and the Director of South Asia Office at the IFOAM Organics, based in Bangladesh. So Dr. Hussain, welcome on stage. And thank you for keeping it to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, the organizers and everyone. It's a great opportunity to be with you this morning. And the morning, we heard a lot of important messages and videos presentation from the distinguished speakers. I belongs to IFOAM Organics Asia, which is the regional body of IFOAM Organics International. As we know that organic agriculture, ecological restoration, farmscaping, and agroforestry are the key technological options for creating a positive soil carbon budget. Soil organic carbon sequestration on agricultural land decreases the cost of climate change mitigation while promoting increased food security. Organic farming recognized soil as being central and the foundation. Farm products without soil medium are not considered organic and are against organic four principles, that is health, care, ecology, and fairness. The strategic plan of 4,000, particularly the Vision 2050, to make worldwide healthy and carbon-rich soils to combat climate change and end hunger, aligns with IFOAM's goal of achieving truly sustainable food and farming systems. As members and partners of the 4,000 initiative, IFOAM Organics International and its regional bodies, IFOAM Organics Asia, which I am representing, are happy to be part of all the initiatives taken by the 4,000 for the better soils to address the food security and climate change. Let's work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussain. So next we have Mr. Simon Kramer, who's the policy steward at the European Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture in Germany. So thank you very much for being here in person with us, Mr. Kramer.
Yes, hello everyone, and my most genuine gratitude to you for inviting and to all the land stewards joining online or here in person. I'm Simon, the co-founder of EARA, the new European Alliance of Regenerative Agriculture, an independent and farmer-led coordination and political advocacy organization for all farmers farming for regeneration. So when I say all farmers, we see here already a lot of presentations of all the farmers that are joining to farm for regeneration. So in EARA, we have farmers of the great tradition of conservation agriculture, like Frédéric Thomas, a great French We have also the great pioneering farmers of the organic tradition, like Helmi is here, of the regenerative organic tradition, like Gerhard Weishaupt, but we also have great farmers of the holistic grazing and the livestock revolution, like Seth is here. And then we also have all the farmers coming from the community-supported agriculture and Nordic market gardening, of course, of permaculture, of natural farming, all the different farmers which are so far in their political advocacy really segregated and thus not coming through to give our governance the new message. Because what are all these farmers united by? I think that's a true fourth agricultural revolution. Like also Mr. Frick said, that's not about precision agriculture, not even on the big farms as our friend here from Argentina showed. No, it's about understanding what we had heard in the beginning on the systems evolution of our planet, on stewarding agriculture for our water cycles, for optimizing photosynthetic capacity on the land, for protecting and feeding soil health and soil life so that soil life can feed the cash crops that feed the farmers and ourselves. And we had a great first political advocacy on this on the new European Soil Health Law, the Soil Health Law Coalition, where we firstly brought together 217 billion of annual agri-food system turnover, all iPhone, we had ETSAF, we had the great pioneering big food corporations that stand up for soil health like Moët Hennessy and others. And this was only the beginning. I think now we have to move forward. And I want to say, as Mr. Frick said, we can congratulate ourselves for the declaration. But if we do so unreflectedly, I think that's a disgrace to all the fellow human beings that die of hunger today every 4 seconds, to every fellow species that we exterminate every 7 minutes. Because what is actually happening, the joint work program that was our declaration last year broke down last night, basically. So we are not making any progress on that. And we are celebrating ourselves for the few hundred millions that the president and maybe Mr. Gates are promising for farmers and regeneration, while every year we spend 817 billion on agricultural subsidies going still in the other direction. And that's what we need to achieve. We need to achieve to change these 817 billions for regeneration. That's what EARA came together to do, because in Europe we spend 50 of these billions every year on our common agricultural policy. And we can say, oh, great, yes, we have a new CAP, which is paying, doing some practices. But what do we see? If we look at the eco schemes, for example, yes, we have an eco scheme for agroforestry. But in Germany, what's the take-up of this eco scheme? It's less than 1%. So this is really, we need a fundamental shift in our agricultural governance system. And that's what EARA came together to do. And I think we learn from MRV systems of our carbon markets, how we can incentivize and remunerate farmers for ecological services they provide in a non-dominating manner, in an emerging manner. And I would like to invite everyone, because we need everyone, all businesses, all scientists, all farmers, to come together and fight for actually changing the 817 billions that we spend each year, so that farmers can regenerate the planet, work for food security, for healthy food security, and for peace around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. We certainly agree on the need for really gathering everybody for this large-scale shift to regenerative agriculture. Thank you. So next up, we have the pleasure of welcoming in person Mr. Sébastien Treyer, who's the Executive Director of IDRI, the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations. So Mr. Treyer, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today. So IDRI is a think tank that is working on making the agreements possible in the climate COPs, and it's really good for us to be able to be partners in the 4,000 initiative. Following the line of what was just said, I would just want to insist on 2 major elements of the negotiation at COP and in the broader context on the reform of the international financial architecture. The first point is to say I agree that the joint work program on the SBI and Substa within COP is a disappointment, the way that it's not getting forward, including food systems perspective. But I want to stress the fact that we are in a moment where nationally determined contributions are going to be prepared before COP30. Sorry, do I need to go closer? Before COP30 in Brazil. And normally, I think the UN Secretary General is expecting countries to produce new NDCs for a summit early 2025. And if we believe the declaration that was signed by many countries at the beginning of the COP on sustainable agriculture, resilient food systems, and climate action, there is a lot of space to introduce food systems perspective and soils in those NDCs. These countries have committed to have NDCs aligned with their national biodiversity strategy action plans, the desertification action plans, the adaptation action plans, and to look for consistency across those agendas. I believe this is an opportunity to push in every country the objectives and the possibilities of the 4,000 initiative to have good NDCs as much as possible at least. The other element that I want to talk about, and it was really important to hear from the World Bank today, is that you know that there is a big shift in the organization of the World Bank, the IMF, to make the World Bank and the multilateral development banks better, bigger, and bolder. So much more money, but a lot of the discussion is, and we at IDRI push a lot that there is much more money in the system, but then what is the money going to be used for? The report by Amar Bhattacharya, Vera Songwe, and Nick Stern that was presented yesterday, on Monday, sorry, was presenting the very important concept of country platforms, where at national scale, you define the type of projects about the transformation that you are trying to do. And this is, again, probably where we need to make sure that the MDB system in the World Bank are really taking up what the 4,000 is proposing in terms of both building those type of projects that would be good for soils, landscapes, and with the food systems perspective, and also the evaluation framework that is going to come out of the changes that are occurring. The new president of the bank, Ajay Banga, is insisting on simplification. Simplification does not mean that we have to stop talking about soils and have everything on climate. I believe there is a possibility that the 4,000 evaluation framework can contribute to this reform of the MDB system, so that the interventions on agriculture and food systems and landscapes and land use will be well framed to take into account the issue of soils. So thank you very much for having us with you, and happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Treyer. It's a real pleasure to have you with us today. So next, we're welcoming on stage Mr. Alain Billan, who's the Director of Science, Impact, and Marketing at CIRAD. So Mr. Billan, please join us on stage.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of my General Director, Elisabeth Claverie de Saint-Martin, I'm happy to take the opportunity to highlight some recent contributions we have at CIRAD on the 4,000 initiative. And for those who don't know, CIRAD is the French public research institution in charge of agriculture, food systems, One Health, forestry, animal sciences, but overseas. We don't work in France, or when it's in France, it's on the overseas regions. Otherwise, most our hundreds of scientists abroad work in something like 50 countries under the tropics. So with such a mandate, you understand why we are committed on 4,000 initiative, since it's very early launching at COP21. So I will briefly mention 3 groups of recent contributions, one on conferences, one on data sharing, and one on policy briefs. So on conferences and seminars, we just organized 2 regional seminars, one in Côte d'Ivoire, the other one was in Cambodia. Both were clearly designed as contribution to put sustainable management of soils and its carbon in regional political agendas. So in Abidjan, it was the first seminar at this scale in West Africa. and we co-organized the seminar with the Ministry of Agriculture. In Cambodia, it was also co-organized with the Ministry of Agriculture. It was a regional conference called Tarasa 23, and with our partner, Swiss Contact. In these countries, the way CIRAD works is through projects. And those two conferences were supported by two projects, one called ASSET and the other one called Terre for Sol. So now in terms of data, we just recently published a global panorama of the impacts of human activities on carbon soil. It was a very comprehensive study. And nowadays, this achievement now takes the next step through a recent European Horizon project called ORCASA, on which CIRAD is in charge of the development of a knowledge sharing platform, and a demonstration is already online. And for all the matters I'll talk to you about now, I can give you the details later. Everything is on the internet at the moment. So lastly, as we do, we regularly publish policy briefs, but we just edited one with our research partners on healthy soils for low carbon food system. That was for COP28. And the second one was recently published, which is the report on a 4 per thousand study in overseas region, which is an up-to-date situation of carbon stock in these regions with a potential regional impact in Indian Ocean, Amazonia, and Caribbean countries. So, as many others, these studies were co-managed on the ground with our colleagues, French colleagues from IRD and INRAE, whose representatives are in this room and will probably meet with you. And also a side event on this report in overseas regions is scheduled at COP21 on Friday, if you want to attend it. So from these examples, you can be assured that CIRAD researchers, with our partners in the countries, we are fully committed to sustain for the long-term involvement of 4 per thousand initiative. And please let me know if you require any more details. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Billon. It's a pleasure to have you with us here this morning. So next, we're delighted to welcome Dr. Jean-François Soussanin, who's the Vice President of International Policy at INRAE, which is the French National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food, and the Environment. Dr. Soussanin, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Gabrielle, and hello, everybody. So I'm glad to explain to you today that we have launched an international research consortium on soil carbon. And let me explain this with a few slides. Thank you. I think we can see it now. So here again, thank you. I'd just like to explain this in a few minutes. So why do we want to create this Soil Carbon International Research Consortium? It's really very parallel to what the 4 per thousand initiative has been doing. We know we have an international community. We have the implementation of this important commitment on restoring soil health and increasing soil carbon, conserving soil carbon. But on the other hand, the international scientific community was not fully organized and up to speed to support the implementation. So working with 4 per thousand initiative, but also with a number of organizations, and you see here just the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases, the Global Soil Partnership, certainly a number of the universities and research organizations. So we just heard from CIRAD, we have IRD here also, and many of the universities and research organizations contributing to this academic community. We would like to support really the implementation, having awareness and science-based knowledge, international research cooperation, and also supporting monitoring, reporting, verification, which is still an important roadblock. Next slide. So we had already the CIRCASA project that I was coordinating, supported by European Commission. And next we have the ORCASA project that is coordinated by Suzanne Reinders at INRAE. And 2 weeks ago, we launched the Soil Carbon International Research Consortium in the context of the soil mission, which is an important mission of the European Union to restore soil health. And this was at the Soil Week in Madrid. Next slide. So the vision we have about this IRC is to have research members, funders, like the national and international research and development agencies, some private sector funders, and some users of the services we can develop with that research. So as you understand, there are many different users, all the farmers, landowners, cooperatives, and so on, all the agri-food business, the policymakers, the environmental agencies, and NGOs. Quite importantly, this is not limited to agriculture. Actually, this IRC will cover all types of land use ultimately, but I think we are much stronger so far on agricultural soils. Next slide. So here is the governance that we propose. So centrally, we want to have a steering committee. The steering committee will be elected by a General Assembly. And in the steering committee, we will have representatives from the Research College, from the Funders College, from the Users College. And we also have established some regional nodes. And so those regional nodes will also support this steering committee and be part of this. We have a scientific committee and an ethics committee, but at this stage, we would like not to duplicate efforts, and therefore the scientific and technical committee of the 4 per 1,000 initiative will be the interim scientific and ethics committee of the Soil Carbon IRC. Maybe it will change over time, but that's how we started. And obviously we have a secretariat, and the secretariat is supported by this European Commission funded project, or CASA. Next slide. Thanks. So I think I've explained it. As you see, we have an interim steering committee because we don't have yet the election process and we are still registering new members. So this interim steering committee is just starting now, but later on we will have a fully elected steering committee. Next slide. Yes, and that's the value proposition we have for this IRC, developing 3 services. The first one is about knowledge sharing and capacity building. And Alain just explained to you that we have a knowledge platform that is already online. It needs to be complemented, and that is also by crowdsourcing the knowledge from all of you. So it's not only centrally that we want to do this, but also with the support of all members of the IRC. We will develop some research goals and aligning also research internationally. So we have support from major research agencies. I think we have support from around 17 countries so far to create joint research goals on this. So we hope this can be developed. And importantly, we want to contribute to standardize the monitoring, reporting, and verification to create a framework for this and develop services that could be available to everybody. Next slide. So this is one example because actually when you combine the soil data, climate data, agricultural practices data, plus modeling and remote sensing, you are able to scale up from the field to the country the understanding of where we are with the soil carbon stock changes. And that's a very powerful approach that is now being developed at scale in Europe. And these are just maps, colored maps to the right, show 10-meter resolution annual stock carbon change for some of the crops like winter wheat or maize. And that's just an example. And actually, we are now developing this approach with support of European Commission, creating a certification framework for Europe with a vision that all farmers will have by 2028 access to their greenhouse gas balance, and that this will be incorporated in Tier 3 national inventories. So it's a very big commitment, I think, that is European Union is taking. But we are developing this with the international perspective, and certainly with the view of working all together to create harmonized frameworks about this MRV, and thereby enabling this also possibility for having carbon farming. Next slide. I'll just stop there, yeah. Yes, so we have, as I explained, several steps in the process of engaging the international community, and we can move to the last slide, which is basically how can you join this international research consortium, and that's the next one, last one. Thank you so much. So you just have to sign the letter of interest, which is available online. Please take a picture, if you like, of this link. And I have a few leaflets for you on the tables, and you can contact me whenever you want to talk about this. So we would be very excited to have your support and to see that your organizations engage into this IRC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susana, for this presentation on the Soil Carbon International Research Consortium. So next up, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim, who's the Director General of CATIE, so the Tropical Agricultural Research and Higher Education Center in Costa Rica. So Dr. Ibrahim, welcome on stage.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to give a talk on what the contribution CATIE is making on the 4x1000. Can you put this presentation on, please? Okay, CATIE is now celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, and I must say that since the inception, it has been working towards sustainable agriculture using systemic approaches, but also working at a landscape on understanding to promote good practices, and with a focus on soil health and looking at productivity of the systems, but also looking at the governance at the landscape level. We have a platform together coordinated with CIRAD and many partners working with agroforestry. And with this platform, we've been working towards promoting good agroforestry and good practices with a focus on improving the soil health, but also on food security and productivity, while at the same time looking at ecosystem services. CATIE has been looking at the quantification of ecosystem services, looking at soil, carbon. I think we need to put more emphasis in soil biodiversity, which is a key aspect in discussion, and also looking at developing tools for payment of ecosystem services. As you probably know, Costa Rica is one of the countries that has been championing the payment of ecosystem services, and now is in the second generation of payment of ecosystem services, which include soil health. Next, please. So we just launched a new initiative on regenerative agriculture, which is now we have a platform in which soil health is a central role in terms of what we do in regenerative agriculture, but also focusing on the value chain and looking at how you have added value with working with regenerative agriculture. So this fits along with many of what has been discussed with other speakers. Next. And the focus on our work has been looking at examples of how do you move at scales. You'll probably know that Costa Rica has been a country that has a plan to become decarbonized by 2050. The agriculture sector is part of this plan, and working together with the IKI funding and the GIZ, CATIE has been collaborating in terms of using knowledge generating from soils to look at the NAMAs for livestock, NAMAs for coffee, the bananas, and now they're working in rice as the way of looking at how do you reduce emission from these sectors, but also the role of carbon removers, of carbon sequestration in the system as a way of moving towards the carbon neutrality of these systems. So we've been working towards this direction. Next. And also on a focus in terms of a diversity, more on functional diversity of the systems, the agroforestry systems, and more multi-strata systems, understanding the trade-offs that you have in terms of ecosystem services and productivity, but also looking at those systems that are producing more rich carbon soils or more healthy soils, but at the same time improving productivity and food security of the systems. So agroforestry has been a central role of our research, working with different partnerships with many areas. And I must say that if you go into Central America, you can see many of the coffee or the cocoa or even the silvopasture systems at scales where small farmers are integrating trees, a diversity of the trees and systems that we're working on. And we have developed tools also in terms of decision-making, in terms of planning and designing these systems, working together with the local partners and at a global scale. Next. The next slide is an example where you talk about moving to the 4x1000 initiative at scale. Kati has been collaborating with the Global Agenda for Sustainable Livestock, and you probably know a large percentage of the pastures are degraded. We're also working in terms of promoting more carbon neutrality of these systems, where restoring soil carbon is one of the key areas. And this is an example of where we are working throughout Latin America in partnerships with good examples how farmers are now integrating silvopastoral and good pasture management systems for restoring degraded lands, but also together with the WRI, the World Resource Institute, we have the initiative and 2020 initiative, and now moving beyond the 2020 initiative for restoration of degraded ecosystems, putting emphasis on restoration of soil. So thank you. This is my presentation, and we can share more information on what we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for sharing your work at Kati with us. Okay, so next up, we are welcoming Mr. Elmi Abouleish, who's the CEO of SECEM and counselor of the WFC World Future Council in Egypt. So thank you very much for being with us, Mr. Abouleish.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me as a friend of John Delou, as a IFOAM ambassador, as a supporter of and a biodynamic farmer. I'm for sure not a climate farmer, unfortunately. But I can tell you a story. When 46 years ago, my father established SECEM in the desert in Egypt, his intention was to give a model for system change in agriculture based on economy of love, not inspired most probably by Martin, but in the same line. And for him, economy of love was, first of all, to base biodynamic farming on real healthy soils, a good relation to our soils, plants and animals, to base it on a transparent, fair distribution of added value in the supply chain. And whereas in farming nowadays, 5,000 farmers are following the biodynamic farming in Egypt, in our supply chains, 2,500 people process out of this biodynamic raw materials, food, beverages, pharmaceuticals, and textiles for the Egyptian local market. And in addition, economy of love for him meant to really focus on human development, give 10% of the time to the people to unfold their potential, and give 10% of the profit to the community. So this is a miracle by itself, right? How is it related to the discussion of today? This is what we all just realized 2017, when we realized that our farmers are not only producing better food and healthier food and nice ecosystems and healthy ecosystems and farms, they also provide a lot of ecosystem services. And in this discussion, we could recognize that in Egypt, for example, where every single acre is emitting an average 5 tons of CO2 equivalent, carbon, whatever, our farmers, in average, sequester or avoid the emittance of 6 to 10 tons per acre. And this is, when you hear it, of course, a lever for system change, because going from emissions to sequestration, and sequestration in soils, in trees, agroforestry systems, of course, applied, or processing out of waste the black gold for our farmers, compost, methane avoidance, and so on, is something which could be used to help more farmers to convert to organic farming, not having a higher cost, as everyone assumes, which is anyhow a Maya, but on the shelf shows itself like this. So what we did, we included in our economy of love standard whole system carbon credits. So when you do all this, what I'm just saying now, focusing on people, community, agriculture, and then we also verify, validate, monitor the existing carbon sequestration in your farm, and then you get economy of love carbon certificates. And this improves your livelihood 50 to 100%, your income 50 to 100%. So you can sell your organic product, biodynamic product at conventional price in the local market, have still a higher income, and turn around the climate story of Egypt, because then our farmers, the climate heroes, alone could offset 60% of our emissions, of Egypt's emissions. Huh? So this is the story which we are now promoting, why I'm here. This is, I told at COP27, I'm here again telling it at COP28. It's a potential for system change, and we are now upscaling it. We started last year to 2,000, it succeeded. We are now working on 40,000. And then in 2028, when we meet again at the 4 per 1,000 conference, I will tell you we are going to 250,000. Then this would be the tipping point, 20% of Egypt's agriculture. We believe that then it could be relevant for system change. The same can happen everywhere, we believe. We do not have to wait for the negotiators there. As social entrepreneurs, as farmers, as civil society, we can just move. Use the current mechanisms to achieve miracles everywhere. Thank you.
Warm thank you, Mr. Abouleish, and I really appreciate you sharing this story about the economy of love. Very inspiring. So next up, we're really happy to welcome Ms. Hanna Hoyer, who's Finland's youth delegate, who will be speaking in the name of the Finland Ministry of Agriculture. So welcome, Hanna. We're glad to have you with us.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I will be speaking again in a later part of the program, but we were supposed to have a representative from our Ministry of Agriculture here today, but unfortunately she was held up very last minute with the negotiations happening at COP. So she asked me to share some words of greetings to all of you here today. So what the Ministry of Agriculture is actually doing back in Finland when it comes to this initiative, we had this wider Catch the Carbon research and innovation program, which actually has a funding of 100 million euros back in Finland. And it is a part of our wider soil strategy that we have recently started to compose and implement in Finland. And this is exactly the initiative then that also allowed the Ministry of Agriculture to support organizing this Northern European regional meeting under the 4 initiative back in Finland. I will tell you a bit more about the actual regional event late in the program, but the Ministry of Agriculture was a crucial part in actually making this event happen. And through that, the ministry wishes to emphasize and also thank the 4 per 1,000 initiative for great collaboration both across sectors and across countries. And both of these points are absolutely vital to the ministry because firstly, as for across sector, working together across sectors, we all probably know that regenerative agriculture cannot be fully realized without tight collaboration between policymakers, between companies, between farmers, and between science. And this is what was achieved with the Northern European regional meeting, I hope. And it is also what is achieved in Finland through the Carbon Action Platform that exactly attempts to bring together all these different stakeholders. And then as for collaboration across countries, regenerative agriculture is just far too important to be restricted to one country or one region. And personally, as a young person whose future depends on what is achieved here today, I must emphasize that the potential and solutions that arise with regenerative agriculture must be recognized and shared beyond borders. And that is what both I and the Ministry of Agriculture wishes for all of us to continue to do here today. So yeah, thank you to all of you for the great collaboration, both with this initiative more widely and also in making the regional event happen. And the ministry looks forward to continuing collaboration with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Hanna, and for sharing what the government of Finland is doing. That's really inspiring. So next up, we have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Jean-Luc Schott, who is the senior scientist at UMR Ecosol at IRD, so the Research Institute for Development in France. Welcome, Mr. Schott.
Yes, thank you, Gabrielle. Good morning, everyone. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of a group of scientists who, for the 4,000 Day, wanted to convey a key message on the importance of healthy soils, which has a key to transform food system and to achieve net zero CO2 emission by 2030. So we all know that agriculture provides 95% of humanity food, but also land provides wide diversity of ecosystem services to society. Sorry, but we know also that the loss of ecosystem services caused by land degradation, which affect 3.2 billion people over the world, has reached a very high level in many regions of the planet. A transformation of food system is necessary to guarantee food security and to help resilience of the most vulnerable people. This is why, as a group of scientists, we are calling for four main pillars: preventing soil degradation, reducing soil degradation, and restoring soil health should be on board. Preventing is better than curing. We need to assess the current state of soil health over the long term in order to design appropriate management system, doing the right thing at the right place. Second, we are calling for disseminating and intensifying agroecological practices and approaches, calling for subsidizing agroecological transformation over the long term, encouraging agroecological changes within policy, public policy. We need to document the impact of agroecological practices. Third, there is a need, we call for strengthening multi-stakeholder bodies in the context where consultation tools are implemented through participatory approach, living lab, decision-making tools, where the skill of all stakeholders are strengthened to stimulate interdisciplinary and multi-stakeholder dialogue, and where public-private partnerships are being stimulated. Four, we call for develop, measure, and associated MRV tools by bringing together the expertise and experience of scientists, policymakers, and other stakeholders, small farmers, for small-scale farmers, to develop appropriate methodologies, measurement, and indicators to communicate effectively on the concept of soil health to a wide audience, to fill the gap and research gap, to make stakeholders aware of the uncertainties inherent to decision-making processes. Finally, as a scientist group, we consider necessary to strengthening the science policy, society interface, and investment knowledge-based solution. These messages will also be conveyed at several events co-organized by the 4,000 initiatives, the CIRAD and IRD at COP28. And I have the policy brief that we have written for this event, and I can share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jean-Luc, for sharing your work at the IRD, and we certainly salute the multi-stakeholder approach you're adopting. So now I believe we'll have once again on screen the poll. Yep. Okay, so we have a second poll for the audience. So you're welcome again to to look at the QR code with your phone. And so the question is, what should the 4 per 1,000 initiative focus on in 2024? So whether you're in the audience here in Dubai or on Zoom, we welcome you to answer the poll. We would love to hear your answers to this question. So thanks in advance for participating. So as our next speaker, we are welcoming on Zoom, Mr. Bharat Kakade, who's the President and Managing Trustee at BAIF, the Development Research Foundation in India.
And so let me start my presentation. So this is about healthy soils for sustainable development, BAIF strategy and local actions in India. Very quickly about BAIF's vision, mission and the approach. We would like to create self-reliant rural society in India. And mission is to create opportunities of gainful self-employment in the disadvantaged areas of India. Our coverage is almost in 14 states of India, in 337 districts, covering about almost 96,000 plus villages and 4 million families in the country. Let me very quickly share about the approach for soil health management. It's community-led approach. It is integration of nature-positive solutions for soil health, water, energy, and crop nexus management for minimizing the climate risks. And we work in partnership with several international and domestic partners, such as a proud partnership with 4 per 1,000, CASH, and the various other international research and academic institutions. We have an integrated approach for circular farming system with soil health management, water and energy conservation and application in the agriculture, crop livestock system management, creating value chains out of the production coming out of crops and livestock, putting back the waste of crops and livestock into the soil and again enriching the soil. The local actions by BAIF. Local actions on soil carbon management. It is primarily in situ conservation at farm level for agriculture, enhanced productivity, then land, water and tree-based sustainable development. With this integrated approach of soil enrichment, of land, water, energy management and agrobiodiversity conservation, including the crop livestock-based system, various approaches of agri-hortiforestry, livestock, land degradation control, and integrated renewable energy and sustainable agriculture management, we are able to actually make an impact on 0.5 million hectares of degraded land owned by 0.5 million households. This is an approach of land degradation management within the farm through agri-hortiforestry management system, which has created an impact which I will not go through on various communities and various agroecologies in India. And this particular approach has potential for sequestration of carbon almost to the extent of 23 tons per hectare within 10 years of period. This approach has been replicated by National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development in India, NABARD, and various government departments within country. The another approach of land degradation control, which basically helps us management of grasslands, traditional tank revival and spring rejuvenation, innovative approaches for restoration of land and water, climate proofing practices, and living lab approach, which we have been actually implementing in collaboration with INRA, France, who have been our very long-term partners in this approach and various other collaborations for creating the positive impact on Indian agriculture. The outcomes are obviously soil health enrichment, carbon sequestration, food security and resilience on almost 0.37 million hectares of land owned by 0.28 million families. This is briefly the conceptual model of the climate proofing approach which we adopt in India. And the last one, the circular agriculture through an integrated approach of renewable energy, which actually converts the agri-biomass and the dung into the biogas which is used for the domestic purpose by the family. This is family focused approach, and the cake which is coming out through a filtration slurry filter developed by Bayer, patented by Bayer, and it is taken back to the soil through vermicomposting as well as the bioprom, phosphate rich organic manure, which is enriched with phosphate bacteria, which again helps soil enrichment and ultimately the crop production. And the last one, the focused approach on agrobiodiversity for nutri-rich crop cultivar diversity, wild edible plants, non-timber forest produce and nutritional agriculture. The outcomes are in terms of the reduction in chemical use in the agriculture and the nutrition-rich gardens or the cultivation practices adopted by many people in India and particularly the indigenous people in India, and promotion of the diversified food systems for healthy lives. So with this, thank you very much again for inviting me for this wonderful session being happening in Dubai. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kakade, for joining us. So next up, we have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Andishesh Jahangir, who is representing the Youth Pass organization in Ghana. So we are welcoming her on Zoom.
Okay, good day, everyone. We are Youth Path organization and a youth-led NGO based in Accra, Ghana. So at Youth Path organization, we promote the cause of youth-led development through the creation of initiatives that inspire and empower young people and underprivileged communities to build themselves and create societal change. At Youth Path organization, our focus revolves around two thematic areas, which include regenerative agriculture and organic farming, and climate change and environmental sustainability. Through these two thematic areas, we aim to turn the 2030 agenda into action and results. At the moment, we are working on the TICPAN project. It focuses on agro-processing and livelihood enhancement for female farmers in northern Ghana in Gulubi quarters. The name TICPAN means togetherness, and the primary goal of this project is to nurture soil and empower 70 female farmers. Our approach involves a comprehensive skill training covering agro-processing, climate-smart agriculture, post-harvest management, and farm mechanization services. The TICPAN project contributes to soil health and management through a multifaceted approach, employing various strategies to improve soil fertility, structure, and overall well-being. Key ways the project enhances soil health include the provision of skill training for female farmers, conducting awareness programs and educating the community, implementing modern farm mechanization methods, and forming a strategic partnership with key stakeholders, including local experts, to ensure a holistic and locally relevant approach to soil health and management. So we invite potential partners and experts to collaborate with us and join us in our mission for sustainable solutions and community empowerment. Thank you for listening, and this is our contact details if you want to contact with us here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Jahangir, for joining us today. It's a pleasure to hear from you. So as our next speaker, we're excited to welcome Mr. Seth Itzkan, who's the co-director and co-founder of Soil for Climate in the US. So Mr. Itzkan, you're welcome to join us on stage. Thank you.
Right now, I'm just going to read you a poem by my colleague in Soil for Climate, Carl Tiedemann, and it's written in the meter and melody, if you will, of the song Imagine by John Lennon and Yoko Ono. Imagine healthy soil. It's easy if you try. No dirt below us. Above us, brand new sky. Imagine all organic, veggies, milk, and meat. Imagine managed grazing. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to till or plow for, and no pesticides, too. Imagine grass-fed livestock greening the Great Plains. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. Better food for everyone. Imagine drought resilience. I wonder if you can. More beneficial insects, Mother Nature's plan. Imagine carbon farmers curing all our ills. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. A cooler world for everyone.
That was wonderful, Seth. Thank you so much for this refreshing interlude and for integrating poetry in our morning. So next up, actually, are we going to Ms. Gilbert? Okay, fantastic. So next, we're really excited to welcome Dr. Jane Gilbert, who's the representative for the International Solid Waste Association in the Netherlands. So she will be joining us on Zoom. So Dr. Gilbert, if you could please activate your microphone and your camera.
Good morning. Good morning, Beatrice. Assalamu alaikum. It's not letting me start my video because it's saying the host has stopped it. Is that?
So does it look like it's on our end?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, we'll try to sort this. Just one moment.
Okay. Okay, that should be working.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Okay, can you see that? Is my screen coming through? Can you see that?
It is actually. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Jane Gilbert, and I'm the chair of the International Solid Waste Association's Biological Treatment Working Group. And I'm just really going to tell you a little bit about some work that we've done looking at compost soil and carbon sequestration. So firstly, we talk about organic waste, and that's something that I haven't heard being spoken about this morning. And we know that there's about 1 billion tons of organic waste coming from cities and residential areas, which is equivalent to about 2.8 million tons every day. And this amount is actually increasing year on year. So it's a significant problem. And in many parts of the world, organic waste and waste in general are not managed in an environmentally safe manner. And what it means is they end up in informal dump sites that then result in methane emissions, a very potent greenhouse gas, black carbon if plastics are burnt with it. Of course, there are odours, pathogens and leachate as well being produced. So all in all, the organic waste that society is producing is not being handled very effectively at all, leading to significant climate change issues. I worked with two of my colleagues a few years ago, Marco Ricci Jurgensen from Italy and Aditi Ramola, who is the technical director at ISWA. And we engaged in a project trying to quantify some of the benefits of putting organic matter in compost and anaerobic digestate back onto soils. And it resulted in 4 separate reports, which are all available as PDFs via the ISWA website, and I've put the URL down at the bottom of this presentation just here. What we know is by putting compost, the black gold, as someone has just said, back onto soil, it acts as an organic soil improver, and it's a source of stable carbon, and it can contribute towards increasing soil organic matter. That's been well shown scientifically. Organic anaerobic digestate from anaerobic digesters is more of an organic fertilizer, so it's helping to recycle those nutrients. But when we're looking at organic matter in soils, of course, this is something that the FAO and the 4,000 have stressed over time, but we end up with all of these different benefits, including lots of ecosystem services, and also a lot of soil fertility. But what we also know as well is that it can increase the soil organic carbon content. And what we did was we took theoretical sequestration rates that have been published in the scientific press, scientific journals, and actually tried to quantify that and look, well, do a few what-if scenario analyses. So I'm very briefly going over what are sort of, for quite complex reports. But we know that composting recycles carbon, and we're currently composting 80-odd million tonnes of organic material a year. But we know from our survey that the potential is well over 1 billion tonnes every year, and that's increasing as well. If we compost all of that, 83 million tonnes per annum, we can reduce carbon dioxide emissions by up to about 9 million tonnes per annum of carbon dioxide equivalents. And that is both carbon that is stored in the soil and avoided emissions through fertilizer recycling rather than having to produce them chemically. But the potential goes up to almost 1 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents every year if we were to compost that and produce quality materials. We know that compost feeds the soil as well, and just if we just look at the NPK value in this compost, it's going from about 1 million tonnes per annum to about 12 million tonnes per annum. So significant potential there for recycling these nutrients, which I'm not going to go into now, but big geopolitical issues there, and also big carbon benefits as well. If we look at compost potential, just in terms of the carbon that's stored in soil, we're currently looking at about 5 million tonnes of CO2 equivalents every year, which has the potential to increase that to about 55 million tonnes per annum CO2 equivalents. And of course, avoided emissions as fertilizers as well, in particular, nitrate fertilizers, ammonium fertilizers produced through Haber-Bosch process, currently avoiding emissions of about 4 million tonnes per annum, but potential to increase that to about over 40 million. And here's just a few equivalencies that you can see based on the US EPA's equivalency calculator. Importantly as well, compost from organic waste, I'm talking about high quality compost here, that to increase by 4 per thousand the soil organic matter content based on sort of a lowish sequestration rate which we'd assumed in the calculations, we'd only need to put on 5.2 tons of fresh compost per hectare per year to increase that soil organic carbon stock by 0.4%. And if we scaled that up, showing the previous assumptions to start to deal with the 1 billion tons of organic materials every year, the fraction of cropland, global cropland that we could increase by 0.4% per annum, the carbon dioxide stocks would only be about 6% of the total global cropland. So we know that there's huge potential. There's huge potential as well for more than what potentially compost could produce. And we're looking at potentially about 96 million hectares being dealt with that could benefit from that compost. So I've really just tried to whiz through this in a very short space of time. You can contact me here on my email, and ISWA is actually hosting the Waste and Resources Pavilion through the COP in the Blue Zone in Building 88. So please do go and speak to my colleagues there, because I'm sure they'd be very pleased to meet yourselves here. And thank you very much. And I'll hand back to Beatrice now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert. We really appreciate you joining us today to share some of your very important work. So next, we're excited to welcome Dr. Ananya S. Rao, who's the Senior Scientist of Forests by Heartfulness at the Heartfulness Institute in India. So we are welcoming Dr. Rao here in person today, so please feel free to join us on stage. Thank you.
Everyone, good afternoon. You can all hear me, right? Okay. So Paul knows I stick to time very well. So I'm going to use 20 seconds of my time to do some de-stressing. I realize that we are sticking to time too much and all of us are stressed. So please follow my instructions. Keep your eyes closed if you want to. Take in a deep breath. Hold it. Take another deep one. And exhale. Once more. Take in a deep breath. Hold it. Take one more. Let it go. One last time. Deep breath. One more. Let go. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm a senior scientist with Forests by Heartfulness, which is a global greening initiative of the Heartfulness Institute. Heartfulness is a very subtle, simple meditation practice, heartfulness meditation. It's offered free of cost, and we have a presence in over 130 countries with more than 20,000 trainers across the world. But here I'm talking about the greening initiatives. Can we go to the next? I'm going to like fast forward like a train, bullet train. So yeah, the Global Greening Initiative is the vision of Daji. Okay, yeah. Forward. This is what I am. I spend most of my time in the wild, so that's why the connect to the greening. And at Forests by Heartfulness, I was on ground doing the plantation for more than 3-4 years, driving JCBs, tractors, getting out there and doing the plantation myself. This is the world headquarters of our Heartfulness Institute, which is a 1,500 campus in the outskirts of Hyderabad, India. Next. All of you are most welcome to come visit. Next. So keep going until I tell you this is how the place looks like. And we started with the greening at this place, 1,500 acres of semi-arid region, nothing at all growing, and we managed to move it towards sustainability, where we now have organic farms, we have food forests, different trees growing in the same area, and we also have a conservation center for rare and endangered species of plants from the Indian region, from the rainforest. Imagine growing rainforest species which require a lot of humidity, moisture, a lot of biomass in a semi-arid region where temperatures grow up to 40 degrees in summers and the wind velocity is super high. This is how it looked like. Keep going, Beatrice. Yeah. This is how it looked like in 2016, and within a span of 7 to 8 years, we have managed to achieve tall trees more than 50 feet tall now. Paul has witnessed it right in front of him. And this was possible because of the initiatives. Firstly, the water conservation, where we expanded the ponds that were already existing and included many more ponds. Keep going. Yeah. And then canals were built so that every drop of rainfall that fell on the ground was channeled into one of these ponds. Then, of course, the soil enrichment part of it, where we use black cotton soil, which holds a lot of moisture, red soil, biocompost, vermicompost, and charcoal, which is one of the most porous materials in the world, and that holds a lot of nutrition and water. This was added to the soil. It's traditional knowledge, of course, and it was implemented. Next. Next. Transplantation of trees, more of rescue of trees from developmental projects such as widening of roads was done. Huge trees, 400 plus trees, 30 years old, coconut trees were transplanted and 98% of them survived. Next, next, next. Keep going. Yeah, so then the nursery, which expands to more than 50 acres, is now developed, and we host more than 10 million plants at a given time. Next, next, next. And so the main vision of this person, Daji, who is the World Heartfulness Guide, was to have plants. We have heard from morning the importance of growing biomass for the soil and how important the soil carbon itself is for sustenance on this planet. And he has a slightly different perspective on the greening. He says that not only trees provide us a lot of life, but along with that, they keep with them positive vibrations, and they slowly release this into the environment for our own benefits. So that was one more added perspective. Next, next. Next, keep going. And so the Conservation Center, that's what we are getting to now. Please keep going. Has more than, we have rare and endangered species from the rainforests of India. And some of these trees are so rare that only 30 exist in the wild. On the planet on the face of the planet, only 30 trees, individual trees exist, and we have managed to get them, grow them. And also we have a tissue culture center, which is trying to generate protocols to propagate them on a large scale to get them out of the verge of extinction. Let's keep going. I'm almost done. Yeah, and the last point that I want to convey to you all is that once we have a deeper connect to ourselves, the connect to everything around us also deepens. And then it becomes your own duty to do something better for the planet. It becomes easier, and it's not a job anymore. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. Wow, what a wonderful initiative that the Heartfulness Institute is. And thank you for this breath work in the beginning. I think we all needed that. So the next speaker is Ms. Stefania Avancini, excuse me, who's the head of OP2B, so One Planet Business for Biodiversity, which is hosted by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. So Ms. Avanzini will be joining us on Zoom.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for the introduction. So yes, I'm Stefania Avanzini. I work for the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, which is a CEO-led community of businesses that comes together to work on the how-tos. How can we accelerate business transformations to tackle the three poly-crises that we're facing now? So the climate, the nature, and also the inequality, the mounting inequalities. I specifically work only on agriculture, and I help steer a coalition of 30 members that work on how can we contribute to transition agricultural models within planetary boundaries. And the business community, as you've heard, has really embraced the term of regenerative agriculture. I actually have a very simple call to action that we're sharing forward, which is today we know there is an imperative to transition our agricultural models. Business as usual is not working anymore. It's hurting farmers and businesses. And there is a rising awareness that there is a strong sense of urgency. the beauty in agriculture is that millions of farmers have the solutions. Millions of farmers are transitioning to more resilient, to more regenerative farming practices and models. And so we have in nature the solutions. The real challenge here today is how do we pick up the pace and accelerate the scale up? And one of the first things that needs to be done to really be able to accelerate the scale up, to invest more capital in agriculture, is the convergence on a core set of metrics that actually are our key impact indicators. And so this is one of the work that we contribute to drive within the One Planet Business for Biodiversity Coalition, is what is a core set of indicators that acknowledges that the agriculture needs to transition towards that has an impact towards environmental and socioeconomic benefit. And we are driving a call to action and are supporting a convening platform where we brought together 50 of our company members, also over 25 business-focused partners, and that represent over 1,100 businesses. This is an open call. Everyone is open, that is interested to drive convergence and prioritization on a single set of metrics is more than welcome to join. If you allow me, and I have Beatrice, I don't remember how much time I have, but I could share some of where the work stands, and I can share my slides. I just wanted to emphasize and share with you just one slide explaining these are some of the companies that have joined and some of the business focused partners that are working with us to drive coherence and convergence on a core set of metrics, acknowledging that agriculture also needs a holistic approach. So what is our environmental impact and our socioeconomic impacts that we want to drive forward? And my last commenting words is this work should be done by June of next year. And it really also feeds into the work that the multi-stakeholder platform Region 10 is driving. Region 10 is a farmer-centric multi-stakeholder initiative that also hopes to emerge a holistic outcome-based framework for agriculture, and we're feeding into this work as the private sector engagement partner. And then thank you again for having me, and it's a pleasure. I'm sorry I could not be there in person with you, and I wish you a successful rest of the day in conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Avancini, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. And thank you, everybody, for sticking around. We're aware we have a very dense morning, and we've taken a little bit of a delay. But we always have so many interesting and inspiring speakers we want to hear from in our network. So, so we're going to keep going with the next speakers for this segment. So next, we're very excited to welcome Mr. Frank Boissineau, who's the Director General of Biosphere in France and who's here in person with us today. So, Mr. Boissineau, welcome on stage.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. So Biosphere is a team of agronomists supporting companies to do the transition. So I think the RegionAg practices are well known and available online. So no need to tell you what to do, not to do. I think the full morning was dedicated to that. Just to give you an example on the next keyword, next one. So it's an example of what we've done with Andros, and you can see the results in August 22. With with conventional agriculture and what we've done in Feb and the results we got in August. So clearly the recipes are known. Quality of execution is everything. If you want to enjoy a crêpe Suzette, it's better to get the recipe of my grandmother and avoid me cooking. It's a bit the same for the transition. I think it's all about execution and what you do and the way you do it. So we do it for more than 10 years. We have experienced agronomists. And if you go to the next slide, we'll show you a bit the way we work. So we have big names working with us, obviously, because we think that we deliver what we say. And the program that we deliver usually, it's step by step. So exploration, audit, plan, program, and scale up. And as you can see, the time iteration is quite long. So if people expect some changes next year, I don't think it's going to happen. We need to be patient. Mistakes have been done for a long time, and correction will not be for tomorrow, but we need to prepare after tomorrow. In terms of methodology, as I said, we don't start the things without a proper audit. A recipe is well known, but each ground, each soil is different. We need to have the right things to be done. You can have cover crops, multiple type of cover crops. Some of them will work perfectly, some others won't. So you need to do iterations. Next. We think that data is everything if you want to monitor what you do. So we are agnostic. We are working of all type of MRVs. Depends on clients' request and the needs of the farmers. As you can see, the data should deliver something. We believe in actions from data. So first to report at corporate level because it's a reality and we need to deal with it. But at farm level, we want the farmers to understand what's going on, to monitor what they do, and be able to adjust and do the corrections that are needed. And next, sorry, forgot the keyword. So we are almost 40 people now in experiences in 17 countries. So even being a French company with the obvious accents, we are working more and more abroad, Eastern Europe, Latin America, and Asia. We think that we need to adjust and adapt. So we do a lot of tests. And as you can see, we don't have much people doing PowerPoints and conferences. Most of the team are on the ground. And after the last one, it's the next one, Beatrice, please. All the companies that are working with us in different countries. So we are very proud of all the success we achieved with them, and we thank them for their efforts. I know most of them are blamed for greenwashing and so on, but I can tell you some large companies, they really do the things, move, and to be transparent, they put the money on the table to motivate also farmers, to train them, give them incentives, and it gives results. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boissino, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes our grandparents have more answers than we think. So next up, we're more than happy to welcome Ms. Adrienne de Maleret, who is the co-founder and director of public affairs at Genesis in France. So Ms. de Maleret is joining us on Zoom as well. So yeah, she's here. Okay, fantastic. So Adrienne, feel free to activate your microphone and your camera.
Yeah, it's okay. I think, can you hear me, Gabrielle?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
So happy. So hello, everyone. I'm happy to be there today with you. I'm Adrienne de Maleret. As you have said, Gabrielle, I'm the co-founder of Genesis. Alors, who is Genesis? Genesis is a provider of proof of impact related to land use. So I have heard my colleague before, Stefania and Frank Boissino from P2B and Biosphere, and I totally agree with them. We need partnership, and I think that's the subject that we have to that I want to speak today. We need partnership. We need partnership between private and public sector. We need partnership between private and scientists. We need this kind of partnership because the question today is how we can scale up, how we can accelerate, how we can transform our vision about soil. That's really the point. So I'm going to talk later about Genesis at the next station to talk about the MRV tool. So you will learn a little bit more about technically what Genesis is doing. But now I want just to introduce, to give you a global overview. So as I said, we work with the private sector. We work with big companies. It could be biosourced companies, so textile, cosmetic, food, but it's also bank and fund. And you can ask me, but what's the link between this kind of company and the soil? All these companies need soil, they need land to source their product. And it's beginning to be a real problem for them. And I think that because it is a problem for them, it's maybe the beginning of the solution. Because they need to source, they need to define what kind of risk they could have. And we try to help them to find what kind of commodities could have the best impact, and to decide which kind of commodities they will source. We help them to report on their sourcing. So when they have the traceability, when they know where they are sourcing, we are working with the companies, the cooperative, the farmers, and we measure inside the field the impact of the production. So, and after that, as a third step, we help them to regenerate. So we make correlation between what we have measured inside the soil and the practices they have in a pedoclimatic context. And so, because there's not only one agriculture, there's many agriculture over the world. So, and there's many contexts, and there are many situations and livelihoods. So it's really difficult to give just one framework for all this type of agriculture. So we try to work at a really small level to help them concretely, to help companies, to help farmers. That's exactly like that we are working. How it works? So we begin at the ground level, so in the field, and we measure, we define the homogeneity of the plots, and we make samples. So it's more than 5 samples per plots. And after, with all the measures we have done, it's a raw data, and we normalize the raw data to provide a simple score. Why a score? It's not to say that there's some farmers have done a good job or a bad job. That's not our goal. The goal is to can compare the impact of practices. It's really to help, and it's to monitor over time and to help them to define which kind of practices they can scale at the country or region level. And we can do that, and that's what I want to say, only because we have scientific partnership. And if you have the science who works alone, I think you don't have innovation. If you have private sector work alone, I think you cannot transform solution in an environmental impact, because we need the science to do that. And I think today it's because we have worked with Rothamsted, with Wageningen, for the carbon, we work a lot with the CNRS, École Normale Supérieure in France. And it's this work together that help us to have this kind of impact. It's really, really important. And we are involved now in many research programs at the European level. And we need to make more. And maybe if there is some scientists in other regions of the world, we are really interested to make R&D program with them, because I think that we need knowledge about soil, and we need to work together for that. And that's the scientific part. But when we are talking with private sector, we need to create this common language. And this common language is to transform, so as I said before, the raw data to a normalized score. And we provide at the end a score about biodiversity, climate, water, and fertility. That's all the functions that the soil provides, and many others, but we focus on this one. And through this score, we help companies to report on their voluntary or mandatory commitments. It could be science-based targets, it could be CSRD when it's in EU, it could be corporate commitments like regenerative organization, and we help them to provide the right metrics for that. And to finish, just to give you an overview, in 5 years, we have begun 5 years ago. It was really hard to talk about soil health. When we meet enterprise, when we meet sometimes scientists, they say it's soil health. No, that's not the subject. It's soil quality. It's not soil health. And 5 years later, everyone talk about soil health. And I think it's a success. And thanks to the 4,000, thanks Gabriel and Paul for all the things you do to raise the awareness about this subject. Because if we focus on soil health, I think we can transform the agriculture model. We can transform it. And I think agriculture can become the solution for the transition. So I think maybe I will see some of you later for the Deloitte study, but I have finished now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adrienne, for sharing your great achievements at Genesis and your MRV methods. So for our next speaker, we are welcoming here in person Mr. Anirudh Kenny, who's the Director of Business Development at Bhumitra in India. So Mr. Kenny, welcome on stage.
Thank you so much. And I'm timing myself to 3 minutes, so we're going to be done soon. Oh, can we pull up the deck? Yeah. Thank you so much, Beatrice, and thank you so much, everybody, for sticking around. We're Bhumitra. We recently won the Earthshot Prize, very importantly, under the Fix Our Climate category. Just to tell you all that soils are a very, very, very viable carbon sink. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as some of our friends were saying, farmers are spending close to $368 billion a year from their own income for adaptation. What we're trying to do is we're trying to provide them with additional layers of financing through carbon credits, maybe it's voluntary markets, soon Article 6, so that they can adopt better practices. Next slide, please. And yeah, what's the problem today in the Global South? We're a Global South focused entity. Farm sizes are very, very small. Information asymmetry is a big, big challenge, creates a lot of mistrust among the entire carbon supply chain. And of course, measuring soil carbon through conventional methods is extremely tedious. In some countries we work in, a soil sample through soil testing could cost as much as $80, right? And what we do, next slide, please. You can skip this one, next slide. What we do is we partner with local organizations who help farmers and ranchers and pastoralists adopt improved land management practices, which lead to an increase in soil carbon. We then measure this soil carbon using our remote sensing technology, go through a third-party certification, basically a UNFCCC certified carbon auditor, to generate a carbon offset, which we then trade with companies who have made commitments to go towards net zero. Whatever value is generated, most importantly, the super majority of that is transferred back to the communities that we work with. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can skip this one. Next slide, please. Yeah, and we're trying to go at this with an ecosystem-based approach. We provide our farmers with the amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, soil moisture, all of this ecosystem funded by carbon so that they get access to finance, extension support, as well as data. So, this is a more of an ecosystem-based approach that we're trying to put forth. Next slide, please. And yeah, these are just some of our partners. There's so many more, so many amazing nonprofits, for-profit entities that we work with. Creating partnerships, creating sort of a top-down approach is extremely important for us. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is our portfolio. So you can see we're working with the degraded grasslands in the Chihuahua and the Sonoran deserts, to the half-acre farmer in India, to the nomadic pastoralists in the Masai Mara, which, as our first speaker said, is an amazing terrain to be in. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you can, the left, on the first photo, the left side is our carbon farmer in the Chihuahua desert. And on the right side is a conventional farmer. So you can see this is on the same day taken 3 to 4 months back. And on the right-hand side, it's sort of a mixture between digital technologies being put forth by our partners on the ground and the farmers, of course, converting them into actionable insights. And yeah, that's what I'll end with here, because these things work. We just need to come together and scale them up on a massive, massive scale. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry I went above time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenny. We appreciate this. You were actually quite respectful of time, so that's good. So next speaker, we're welcoming Ms. Gulnara Agia. Okay, no. Gulnara Agia, who's the CEO of Ormex in France. So we're delighted to welcome you in person here today. So welcome on stage.
Dear members, dear Paul and Gabrielle, thank you for giving me this opportunity today. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gulnara Aguiar, and I'm the CEO of Ormex. And Ormex is a new carbon removal standard for regenerative agriculture. So every one of you here is doing its piece of work, and we are doing our piece of work on regulatory and framework side, which is also very important. And what is Ormex about? Ormex is about 4 pillars. The first pillar is about integrity. It is about environmental and social integrity of each project. It's not only about carbon. The second pillar is about fairness for farmers. How do we share the value of the projects? The third pillar is about permanency of the solutions that we do. What we see in the frameworks, and if we present carbon as carbon removal solution, very often, no one is speaking about agriculture. No one. And if we speak about permanency, we're asked to be permanent during 40 years, which is quite impossible in agriculture. So let's defend this cause, and this is what we do at Ormex. And the last point is about scaling the projects and working together at national scale with the governments to put in place large projects. Because when you do something at a regional level, you definitely change the microclimate conditions of the region, which is already a part of the solution, which is already a huge advancement. So if you want to know more what we do, we have just certified 2 huge projects with the government of Benin. So I'm very pleased to tell this and share it with you today in Western Africa. So we're really glad to share our results, and our team is here today. So please, it's called Ormex, ormex.io, and you can have a look on our projects and what we have done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aguiar, and thank you for bringing to our attention the issues of permanency and scaling, which are obviously so important when talking about soil carbon sequestration in agriculture. So next speaker, we're welcoming Ms. Anna Dubois, who is the head of SEG and Eco Program and an ex-com member from Amarenco Group in France. So we're welcoming Ms. Dubois on Zoom.
Hello,
So,
I hope you can hear me well.
yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, good morning and good afternoon to all. Thank you to the 4% Initiative for welcoming us and for being such a wonderful partner through this path that we have started. A few words on Amarenco. We are a solar energy and electricity storage company. We operate across 3 continents in Europe, APAC, and MENA. And our activity is to develop, build, operate infrastructures that include ground-mounted photovoltaic sites, agri-solar sites, among others. So this means that we have infrastructures that are on land. And 2 years ago, in collaboration with 4%, we committed to regenerating this land, regenerating soil ecosystems on our sites, being below the panels, around the panels directly. And this led us to have the ambition to produce regenerative electrons. So once we said that, we had to understand, discover how this works. And as it was said in previous talks, this takes time. And we didn't want to make errors and to replicate that on tens, hundreds of sites. So we worked on 8 pilots during those years in order to understand how we can work as a solar company on regeneration. And we are now starting to scale up and to gradually rethink our portfolio, our sites, in order to include regenerative approaches to our way of working, to our way of designing the site. So concretely, what does it look like? We, for example, we implement a selection of species, the way that we select the species in the meadows. We changed the site's layouts to integrate riparian galleries, to integrate other ecological infrastructures that would bring value to the land as it was. And we integrated that before thinking at where we should put the solar panels, for example. So we looked at the services that we could bring to this very same ecosystem. We worked on degraded agricultural land and integrated agroforestry on this land below the panels. We implement managed grazing and a set of other solutions. So what I want to share with you today is what this path looks like for a private company, an industrial infrastructure company, and to share a few key learnings. First, thinking about bringing this program to scale since the beginning changed the way that we approached it. It has been slower, probably, than developing flagship projects, but we now have the tools and we have the partners in order to move forward progressively. So we are quite excited, and we have been since the beginning of thinking about the large scale, about implementing it on the full portfolio. Second, we invest through the lifetime of our plans. And this makes the regenerative programs possible on each side because subsidized carbon credits, certificates are important. But we also discovered that there will not always be sufficient and widespread, so that innovative and decentralized financing is also key to make this possible, and that we need the private sector also to believe in this existential need in order to flow, to have the necessary flow of money for that. Another crucial point is for how long this financing can last. And as we see increased interest in regeneration and soil regeneration, we see also some incentives, but there is a risk for unsafe, unsustained incentives to actually increase the precarity of farmers that go on the path to agricultural transition. So we are lucky to have products at our plants that live for 30 years. And we commit to sustain our efforts for regeneration through the lifetime of the plants. So this also helps work with the farmers on our sides, with our partners on ecological practices on the long term, and to allow them to see in the long term as well. Another element is that we aim to do our solar activity well, but since we are a regenerative solar company, we aim to do regeneration well as well. And we could not do that without the partners that accompany us from this path. Some of them are here today, and I want really to thank Biosphere and Genesis that work with us since the beginning and that have been wonderful support for us. Also, scientific partnership is key, and I want to thank again Volker 1000 that has been guiding us in understanding the science behind what we are doing and how to improve that. And finally, besides much needed public support that is needed today, we also believe that these decentralized actions are key to support soil health improvement. We see directly a growing number of clients, a growing number of investors and partners that share the same values, that value that. Actually, we see that the community is increasing. And even through these types of times of uncertainty, we need to ensure that we maintain the efforts to keep this change of scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dubois. We really appreciate you joining us today. So we're just about to take a quick break, but right before, we were supposed to have with us today Ms. Valérie Verdier, who's the CEO of IRD. She was not able to join us, so then we'll have a quick word from Jean-Luc Schott on her behalf. So thank you in advance, Jean-Luc, for making your comments brief.
So Valérie Verdier has been caught by a meeting, so she was not able to connect on Zoom. So I will read her word. It is always a real pleasure for me to speak at the FOPA 1000 Days organized alongside the Conference of Parties of the UNFCCC. This edition gives me the opportunity to reaffirm IRD's full support for the work of the 4-per-mil initiative since the beginning. Halfway through the 2030 agenda, in a rapid changing world marked by instability, it is more necessary than ever to strengthen multilateralisms and the sharing of knowledge to facilitate, consolidate fair and equitable cooperation between scientists. For IRD, Paris Agreement is both a framework and a target for the science developed by its researchers. IRD defends a model of equitable scientific partnership with the countries of the South and an interdisciplinary and socially responsible science committed to identifying solutions to the major challenges of our time in the line with the Sustainable Development Goals. If we are to keep the rise in the planet's average temperature below +2 degrees Celsius, we urgently need to speed up the reduction of greenhouse gas emission and drastically cut the use of fossil fuels. IRD naturally supports, promotes ecological engineering and nature-based solutions for sustainable management and restoration, integrating ecosystem services through its strong interdisciplinary approach and its research for sustainable solutions to benefit society. For us, the 4/1000 initiative responds to this dual challenge, and we support this vision. 2022 was a particularly busy year with the COPs of the 3 Rio Convention, COP Climate at Sharm el-Sheikh, the Biodiversity COP in Montreal, Kunming-Montreal, and the COP in Abidjan to combat desertification. Some important decisions were taken. Continuing the work on agriculture initiated in the John Coronivia program, and now the Sharm el-Sheikh decision, even if we have learned this morning that is not so good news anyway. Respond to the appeal of launch in Abidjan to restore millions of hectares of degraded land and implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. One of those targets calls for the conservation of 30% of terrestrial, inland water, coastal and marine area, and restoration of 30% of degraded ecosystem by 2030 in order to tackle the main causes of biodiversity loss and restore ecological integrity. I am personally, this is Valérie Verdier speaking, convinced that only a systematic approach at the intersection of the 3 Rio Convention can enable us to deal with effectively with the complex challenges we faced. Science must document the interaction between climate, biodiversity, and land at the scale of the territory where people live, in the place where solutions for climate, biodiversity, and land are built. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Luc. So we're going to complete the high-level segment. So the next part of it, we'll address 3 thematic sessions. So the goal here is we wanted to foster exchange in between us in regards to 3 themes that we worked on the most this year. So we'll have a few presentations for each session, some of which we've already heard from, so we'll kind of save this time, and we'll have a Q&A also for each session. So the first session is impact measurement tools for the agroecological transition. So the importance of the MRV tools, so monitoring, reporting, and verification for the implementation in the fields at all levels. So for this first session, our first speakers, we have 2 speakers from Deloitte Sustainability in France who are joining us on Zoom. So Ms. Marine Pochat who is the director of Deloitte Sustainability France, and Ms. Aliette Lefranc, who is a consultant. So without further ado, we welcome you to start your video and activate your microphone. Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me? Well, hello everyone. My name is Aliette. I work at Deloitte Sustainability France in the Sustainable Agriculture Department. And I'm here to present the study that we've been doing with the 4 per 1,000 initiative for the past few months on MRV tools. So to give you a bit of context, why do we need tools in the MRV framework? Well, we've realized that there is a constant need to quantify and manage the carbon impact of agronomic practices. And this can take place in 4 different contexts: in the national inventory, the voluntary carbon markets, the public policy, and for private groups. And additionally, we've realized that there are more and more MRV tools being developed, and we also need to understand the difference between them and how we can classify them. And so for this, we've been working with the 4 per 1,000 initiative because they have a strong strategic plan based on 6 main goals, and 2 of them are actually focused on MRV tools and on the development of understanding those tools. Those 2 topics are the implementation and follow-up, which aims at providing tools for MRV of soil health and soil organic carbon for practitioners, but also to provide a catalog for MRV systems for decision makers. So it's based on those 2 strategic plans that we defined a need to identify the different solutions used in the MRV context and make this information publicly available, and therefore create this project to create an inventory tool of existing MRV solution on an international scale. And to do that, we divided our work in 4 main steps. First, we did a literature review. Then we identified the main criteria which characterize the MRV tools. We are now at the 3rd step, which is on the benchmark of existing MRV tools, which we just closed yesterday. And then there will be the governance. And to go in a bit more details, so the first step, for the first step, what we did was first do interviews with different experts in the MRV fields, because we wanted to make sure that what we were doing actually had an impact and was not being done by other actors beforehand. We also did a literature review in order to understand a bit better the MRV context. And we looked at the other initiatives that were doing work on the MRV, on MRV tools. And this was to give a framework to our study, because MRVs can be very complex and can define multiple tools. So we decided to take a definition that comes from the ORCASA deliverable, because we didn't want it to create a new definition of MRV tools and rather concentrate on things that already exist. Therefore, we took the definition that says that the tools used in an MRV context are intended to monitor the process for quantifying, communicate results and activity data, and verify the veracity and accuracy of results. And so as you can see, this is divided in 3 parts, so monitoring, reporting, verification. In the monitoring part, we have all the aspects with the data preparation, so data inputs, and the data analytics. Then in the reporting, you'll see further in the next slide how we divide the reporting. And then we have the verification step. And we wanted to highlight as well that this study was looking at tools for soil health specifically. And that is how we came up with a criteria grid that is based on the definition, but was developed by ourselves. We kept the color in order to understand the different parts of the criteria grid. But the idea is to have a grid that allows us to differentiate the different tools. We wanted really to highlight criteria to understand how the different tools work. So for that, we have multiple section, but I'll highlight the most important criteria. So we have criteria regarding the scope, so where can the tool be used and on which agricultural sector. We also have criteria that are focused on the monitoring input, so what type of input data does your tool uses. Then we have criteria on the process data, so how do you process the input data. And then we divided the reporting into multiple different criteria. So we have the time, for example, the indicators that we're looking for, the uncertainty measurements, as well as the scenario analysis. And we also highlight if your tool can create carbon credits or not. We also have the verification process with the proof of adoption of practices or the direct soil measurements. And then we have other criteria such as the business model or interoperability of your tool. And all these criteria were used to define, like to create, characterize a lot of different tools. And that comes to our third step, which was on the benchmarking of different tools. We tried to find a non-exhaustive list because there are so many that it was impossible to have all of them, but we divided our work into two parts. For some tools, we did interviews, conducted direct interviews where we asked those tools how they, we showed them the criteria grid and we asked them to fill it in while we were on a call in order to understand, first of all, if this grid was good enough to define the different criteria to MRV tools, sorry. And then for other tools, what we did was to send directly the criteria grids in order to have as many answers as possible. And because we know that this is non-exhaustive, at the moment we've done a first batch of tools, and the goal is to have a governance part which will allow new tools that are going to be developed to enter their information directly on the websites to be added to this list, so that this list doesn't become obsolete in a few months because other tools have been developed. Or we will allow as well the tools that have already uploaded their information on the website to update these information if they aim to change things in their tool. And now the moment that a lot of you have been waiting for is to know how the tool will look like. So it's going to be an Excel-based tool, which is going to be divided in three main pages. First, you'll have the general information page that explains how the tool works, how you can fill it in. Then the most important part is the research center. The research center will allow you to select the criteria that you're looking for in the grid. So it is divided the same way as this definition with the general scope, monitoring, reporting, and verification. And you'll have a list of all the existing criteria with all the existing answers of the different tools. And you'll be able to select which one you want to have in your tool or not. And then you'll have a third page, which is the complete database of all the information that we collected. Because in this one, once you'll have the results, you won't have every little details because, I mean, it would be a lot of information. So we decided to separate those two. And so to show you a bit how it works, this is the page, how it's going to open. And then you have the possibility, as I mentioned, to select only the criteria that you want. And out of the 25 existing MRV tools that we have listed today, you'll be able to have only the one that fits your criteria. So you get a curated list of the tools that matches your requirements, and then you can deep dive into those tools to understand which one fits best your expectations. And finally, this inventory will be you will be able to find it on the 4per1000 websites. It should be out in January 2024. So we hope you will all be checking it out. And for the tools owner that haven't seen their name or haven't been contacted, don't hesitate to add your tool on the website once it's out. Do you have any questions, or questions are at the end?
Yes, well, thank you very much, Ms. Lefranc, for this great presentation on this study. We'll take questions in just a moment. I wanted to highlight the fact that, well, the 4 per 1,000 initiative really wishes to give warm thanks to the Deloitte Foundation, who funded this study for the initiative. So thank you so much. And now we were supposed to have another speaker for this session from Soil Information, who unfortunately was not able to make it. And the third speaker for this session was Miss Adrienne de Mallery from Genesis, whom we heard from already earlier in the high-level segment, who presented us on Genesis and their work as it relates to MRV. Given this, this is concluding the speaker part of this first session. So yes, we are ready to take questions for you, Aliette. So are there any questions in the audience for Deloitte Sustainability in regards to the study that was presented about on MRV? Either in person or on Zoom, of course, if any online participants have any questions. No questions? Okay, well, everything was crystal clear. Thank you so much, Aliette, for this great presentation and for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye. Okay, so in this case, we can move on to session 2. So the second session was regarding the action at the regional level. So in particular, the results of the 3 4 per 1,000 regional conferences that took place in 2023. So the first session we will hear from is in regards to the regional meeting that happened in Western Africa, which was co-organized with CIRAD and took place in Abidjan, Ivory Coast in May of 2023. So we will hear from Mr. Vincent Blanfort, who's the Climate Change Officer of CIRAD. So Mr. Blanfort, welcome on stage.
Good, I say not good morning, good afternoon. I will present the West Africa Regional Conference of 4 per 1,000 on behalf of my colleague, Julien Demenoy, who is a representative of 4 per 1,000 for CIRAD. This was organized in the frame of the Terre for Soil project. It's a CIRAD project on restoration or soil restoration in the forest of Ivory Coast, and it was organized with partners of CIRAD, of course. And you can find some detail on the full report. I don't know if there is an English version, perhaps. Next one, please. There were three objectives. First, of course, it's very important to promote the science policy farmers dialogue on this question, and in particular in West Africa, where there is a lot of problem of deforestation, for example, and soil degradation in forest. And the issue must also be integrated at a sub-regional level. It's very important not to work only on country level, like a sub-regional and have a political agenda on this level is very, very important. And the third objective is sharing this knowledge and this practical experience with international organization. And from West African countries, it's very important also to share this information at this level. Next one, please. So it is the second 4 per 1,000 conference in Africa. The first one was in South Africa in 2018. And in Coast Ivory, there were near 100 participants from 7 West African countries and Europe. Next one. The conference were organized on 3 days with 2 roundtables and 4 parallel sessions. And it is important to notice there was also the presence of high-level institutional like the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Ivory Coast. And of course, there were a lot of partners, and Paul was also present at this session. Next one. I will present you very briefly the top 10 recommendations from this conference. So, of course, the implementation of measures to control unregulated deforestation and forest degradation is the first objective. And the second is to promote sustainable agricultural practice, of course, because some forests can be integrated in crop system. So it's important to have these practicals. And the third one is about measuring and assessing method for measuring and assessing soil health. I think it's very important to evaluate this ecosystem because with different metric and different compartment, you can go on very different result. So it's actually it's very important discussion and for establish carbon budget, for example, in ecosystem. And fourth objective, of course, strengthen farmers' capacity with agroforestry techniques and tree plant field, for example, very concrete project. Number 5 is agroecology, of course, because it's a holistic approach, very important, not to be focused just on biological process, but to integrate fertility and territory scale. Then the 6th one is catch. So the needs of smallholder, of course, it's very important to take care of the needs of the people that will use the guide or the recommendation. So it's a co-construction of research, very important for CIRAD and his partner. The 7th is about training and education, of course, very important for having a good implementation. We have talking this morning on, for example, compost, organic fertilizer, very important issue to restore soil. And then encourage, of course, solidarity and collaboration. We were also speaking of different scales, local, national, regional, and why not international, because we are actually at the COP 28 at Dubai. And it's very important to have exchange of knowledge and experience between the different stakeholders of this issue. Then the 9th, promote the diversification of agriculture, of course, because it's very important to take also account of the market. Smallholder must have access to the market. And for example, for carbon, it's very important to engage people and to encouraging with certification. And the last one, scientific observatories, sorry. Very important to monitor the situation along the several years, several decades. And it's very important to collect data on soil to better manage it. And I think there was also, it's very important also to break down the science, very important to have a good partnership with smallholder farmers and also technical and politicians. So it's very also important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Blanfort, for presenting us about this Western Africa regional meeting, which seemed like a great success. So next, we will hear again from Ms. Hanna Hoyer, who's a Finland's youth delegate, who will present us about the Northern Europe regional meeting, which was co-organized with the BASG, the Baltic Sea Action Group, and took place in Helsinki, Finland. Welcome again, Hanna.
talking as a youth delegate. I will include some points from the youth perspective in the very end, but mostly as for now, I'll be talking on behalf of Baltic Sea Action Group, as well as the Ministry for Agriculture, the organizers of this regional event that we had. Baltic Sea Action Group, it's a Finnish non-profit NGO that run, amongst other things, the Carbon Action Platform that brings together different stakeholders, companies, farmers, policymakers, and science. So if we move on to the next slide, I'll just give you the basic details on what this event was. So the Northern European Regional Event was actually quite a massive event. We had 300 on-site and 250 off-site participants, so online, and almost 50 speakers across the few days that we were there in sunny Helsinki for. And the first 2 days of the event included the more formal, traditional kind of program with the basic presentations, speeches, knowledge sharing, etc. And those 2 days were divided into 3 parallel sets of sessions with distinct themes. And the themes were healthy soils for climate, biodiversity, and water protection, so highlighting the many benefits that we can reach. The second theme was soil carbon monitoring, reporting, and verification, so the more technical aspect. And the third theme was agricultural organic soils. So this was more specific to the Northern European region and context for implementation. And I'm very glad to tell you all that the discussions under each theme were noticeably concrete and actually hands-on practical. And this same trend continued then on the third day of the event, when we then organized and took part in field trips to Kvidja experimental farm and Viki sites. So there, we were actually out there on the farms and we got to see the science, we got to see the farming methods, and we got to see the results actually there in practice. And if we move forward, there are the 6 key messages from the event that we would love to share with you all. So the first message relates to the many benefits and ecosystem services present when we work with the nature and not against it. So realizing these many benefits then require 2 main things. The first thing is recognizing and solving problems with soil compaction and drainage. And this is especially vital in the Northern European geographical context. And the second thing is promoting high diversity plant communities to encourage things such as soil carbon accumulation. The second main message highlights the absolute need for collaboration. So co-creating solutions between all relevant stakeholders, especially farmers, scientists, companies, and policymakers. And this is something that already was achieved in the event itself. And of course, in then again, the wider Carbon Action Platform that Baltic Sea Action Group runs. And then the third message emphasizes knowledge and experience sharing and accessibility. So developing qualified advisory services and peer-to-peer learning opportunities for farmers in particular. The fourth main message recognizes the unique Northern European context with a high prevalence of organic soils that we have. So recognizing this requires its own tailored set of measures, including supporting a transition to paludiculture, both on the farms as well as in the wider produce market. And the fifth message highlights the need for a robust and scalable monitoring, reporting, and verification, so MRV system, for soil carbon sequestration that utilizes both in-field and remote data sourcing through various methods. And then lastly, the sixth message, and the last, calls for the harmonization of methods to establish credibility for then this soil carbon MRV system. So establishing this credibility requires harmonization of rules and recommendations for baseline determination at national and regional levels. And finally, the system should include iterative near real-time MRV systems at the farm level already. So yeah, that's quite a lot. If we go forward, now you just get to see nice photos from the event and you can digest all of that. So you can just scroll through the photos while I conclude this presentation on the event. And in conclusion, I would love to then share my point of view as a youth delegate on following these processes, this initiative, and attending this event. Because I am truly honored to stand here amongst this group of ambitious, passionate, and incredibly skilled people we're not only like looking to collaborate and looking to do something in practice in the future, but with this initiative, we are already collaborating. We're already out there on the farms, hands in the soil, doing stuff. And as a 19-year-old following the COP negotiations, things out there in negotiation rooms get very abstract, very unnecessarily complex, and very, very frustrating real fast. And that is why attending the regional meeting we had in the summer and this meeting here today brings me just so much hope, as it is the very opposite from the petty fighting or conceptual agenda items that you then face in the negotiation rooms. So personally, just from me, thank you to each of you for the work that you do. And then on behalf of the Ministry and Baltic Sea Action Group, thank you for everyone that made these regional meetings possible in the first place. Our Northern European event, similarly to others, was a result of immense and fruitful collaboration, which would never be possible without the wider 4 per 1000 initiative. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective, Hannah, as well as the summary of the event. And for having participated myself, I can say that this was a very wonderful and inspiring event. So next we will hear again from Dr. Ananya S. Rao, who's a senior scientist, forest by Heartfulness from the Heartfulness Institute in India. And she will present us about the Asia Pacific Regional Meeting, which was co-organized with the Heartfulness Institute and took place in Kanha, Hyderabad, India in September 2023. Thank you, Ananya.
Thank you, Gabrielle. That was a wonderful presentation. Before this, I just wanted to acknowledge that. Yeah, and jump right in. So the regional meet for the Asia, can we go up a little, please? Yeah. So this happened at Kanha Shantivanam, the place that I was talking about earlier in the morning presentation, 1,500 acre. And I think that the thought of it reached our minds when Paul visited us for the first time. And it took us a while to put things together and have everybody on board. But it did finally come to fruition in September this year. Yes. And we had a great lineup as the opening session. We had a Minister of Agriculture, the Indian government. And I have to say it was an association. The entire event was an association with different agricultural institutes from India and abroad. We had INRE, we had BIF, colleagues of BIF are here, I believe, and also the Embassy of France and Germany, representations were there from Fiji Islands as well. Please move down. Yeah, so this is the inaugural session. That was the team. A little bit of highlight on how we looked. We had 500 plus participants on ground from 13 different countries, I think. Can you go down a bit about it? Yeah, so we had the Minister of Rural Maritime Development from Fiji, who attended the inaugural session. We had the Honorable Minister of Agriculture from India. We had the Consulate General of France, the Global Guide of Heartfulness, who is based out of Kanha Shantivanam, and also the Counselor for Food and Agriculture Embassy of Germany, advisory for Ministry of Thailand, the FAO representative in India, and also the Director General of Agricultural Institutes across India. Can we go down? So there was an MOA signing with the Heartfulness Institute as well on soil health and climate resilience and low carbon agriculture. Go down. Below, yeah, so coming to the key highlights of the session, we had presentations here. I have to mention that we had policymakers, we had researchers, we had farmers, on-ground farmers from all these different countries. And I was one of the participants, and I could see the enthusiasm that people brought into this event, because this is very few of such kind of events happen in the Asian region, especially in India. And so to get together all of Asian experts into one place and hear from them was very exciting for the farmers of India. That was one perspective I received. And also people whose representation is very less, like from countries like Bangladesh, Nepal, were present there. And they were so happy to be a part of this and voice out their research, the issues that they face on ground, and bring forth all these points out there into a global audience was what they were appreciating. And of course, so we had scientific presentations. We also had policy discussions and recommendations for national and international climate policies. We had the farmer's perspective, like I mentioned, which was a unique aspect of this meet, where the local farmers shared their stories, successes, as well as the issues that they faced. We had workshops and demonstrations, and of course, a great networking capabilities that was displayed, because everybody was there and people were happy to talk to each other in a serene environment and also interact and share their own practices with others. Yeah. Please go down. Yeah, so I think, do I still have time? Or go through, okay, yeah. So the few of the highlights which I would just like to mention before I end it was that an emphasis on charcoal and also seaweed. Growing of seaweed was provided because seaweed can act as a natural manure. I mean, it has a lot of phosphorus and potassium, which is good for the soil, and also it prevents soil erosion. So emphasis was provided on seaweed and charcoal as well, along with many other key highlights. Yeah, thank you. I'm done with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ananya. That was fascinating, and it looked really like a fantastic event. So now we're ready to take questions from the audience, whether in person or on Zoom, about this session regarding the 3 regional meetings, the 4 per 1,000 held regionally. So are there any questions about these presentations? No questions on Zoom either? No? Okay, so then we can move to the 3rd session. So for session 3, we'll hear about updates from science. So first off, about the role of soils in resilience to climate extremes and climate change for food and water security. We'll hear from Dr. Beata Emoke Madari, who's scientist at the Embrapa National Research Center for Rice and Beans and professor in postgraduate training at the School of Agronomy of Federal University of Goiás in Brazil, who's also a member of the STC. So welcome, Beata.
Thank you. Well, the World Soil Day this year highlighted link between soil water, increasingly crucial in face of climate crisis. These last 2 years, yeah, it's there, okay. So these last 2 years have been notable for intense and extreme weather events globally, with devastating impacts for many regions on agricultural and forestry production. For example, in 2022, in South America, occurred one of the worst droughts in history, mainly affecting countries such as Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile. The lack of rain compromised agricultural production, leading to significant losses in grain, fruit, and vegetable crops. Another example is the extreme heat wave worsened by water scarcity that hit Europe this year, resulting in record temperatures in several countries, causing significant damage, especially in southern European regions, where heat-sensitive crops like olives, grapes were affected. So in this context, our initiative, the 4 per 1,000 initiative, elaborated within its carbon notes, particularly a policy brief with the title of the importance, the role of soils in resilience to climate extremes and climate change for food and water. So the vulnerability of food, but also fiber, biomass, and bioenergy production to climate variability and extreme events is strongly linked to water access and ecosystem health, as well as management strategies to improve agroecosystem resilience through targeting the healthy functioning of soils. The resilience of agricultural landscapes can be enhanced by improving soil resilience, which is defined as the soil's ability to recover and adapt to disturbances or stresses, such as extreme weather events, exhausting agricultural practices, or pollution. A resilient soil can maintain its ecosystem functions, such as the ability to retain water, provide nutrients to plants, filter pollutants, and store carbon. There is strong evidence that soil management practices and agricultural systems that can increase soil carbon, biodiversity, and enhance soil biological processes, thus contributing to regenerating or maintaining soil health and key soil functions, are contributing to soil resilience and therefore to reducing the vulnerability of agricultural production systems to extreme environmental impact. Therefore, observing the role of soils in the resilience of agricultural systems to climate extremes and climate change in general, for food and water security, and realizing the urgent need for actions in increase the adaptation capacity of agricultural systems to reduce the vulnerability of rural communities, we call to policymakers to make available recommendations for regionally adequate and culturally acceptable climate resilient land use and agricultural practices guided by scientific evidence, and giving special consideration of those that enhance soil carbon and soil health, as soil is the basic natural resource underpinning the climate resilience of agroecosystems and rural communities, and therefore food security. Also to develop support programs, including financial and technical resources and communication materials to help transition to a climate resilient agriculture. I still develop a framework of carefully selected early warning indicators for the monitoring and evaluating of soil, agricultural system, and farm resilience to detect continued vulnerabilities and make timely corrective measures possible. And finally, but not least important, to develop educational strategies among stakeholders and the general public to improve the understanding of soils and its functions as it's being the basis of human existence on planet Earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beata, for presenting this important work. And so just so you all know, what Beata presented about is all available on the website under Soil Carbon Notes number 3, if you would like to access it. So now for the next speaker, we will hear about the controversials in soil sciences. So the highlights from the first 3 editions of the newly introduced Soil Carbonces webinar series by Dr. Budiman Minasni, who's also a member of the STC and professor in soil landscape modeling at the University of Sydney, Australia, and soil scientist previously awarded the QEII and the Future Fellowships from the Australian Research Council. Welcome, Budiman.
Thank you. Hey everyone, so I'll be quick. This is the last, I'm the last speaker, or should I extend until? So yeah, it's a pleasure to introduce the work that we have from the Scientific and Technical Committee of the FORPER 1000. So at the last meeting, we decided that we would like to share with all of you and also the practitioners and the research community of what's happening in the world, in the scientific world of soil research. So we created this webinar series, which we call the FORPER 1000 Science Webinar Series. So the idea is to introduce or to invite speakers from the prominent researchers in soil carbon to introduce what is the latest topic and what is the latest controversy or understanding of the topic. So so far we have 3 series. So the first webinar is on is there a limit of soil carbon sequestration potential? There is a debate from the researchers itself is that because soil is diverse, a sandy soil cannot hold the same amount of carbon as a clay soil. So what are the limits of this? So there are two opposite views. One is from the Professor Francesca Cotrufo from University of Colorado, who strongly says that there should be a limit of the carbon in the soil, while the opposite is Dr. Christopher Puplow from Tunen Institute of Agriculture that says that we shouldn't worry too much about the upper limit of the carbon in the soil, because at the moment we still far from that limit yet. So there is still a lot of opportunities, and we should learn more about what is happening, what is controlling the amount of carbon that can be stored in the soil. So, and then at the second webinar, we invite Professor Kazem Zamanian. So he's a researcher at University in Hanover, and also Dr. Iñigo Vito from the University of Navarra in Spain. So we always talk about soil organic carbon, carbon that is derived from organic matter through photosynthesis becomes organic matter in the soil. But in arid regions, many arid regions in the world, for example, here in the Middle East and also in parts of India and parts of Australia, in the US, there is a thing called inorganic carbon. That means carbon in carbonates that are not derived from plants, but from carbon from the atmosphere that is deposited in the soil through a long process. And there is evidence now that because of agricultural activities such as irrigation or fertilization, this inorganic carbon, which has been in the soils for thousands of years, because we keep adding fertilizer, we acidify the soils, those carbonates are losing in the atmosphere or in the groundwater. So this is significant. So while we may try to optimize for crop production, we may forget that there are another forms of carbon in the soil, the inorganic form carbon in the soil, which have been in the soil for much longer than organic carbon in the soil. And the last webinar is we have a couple of weeks ago on the MRV system. So this is very popular, MRV. So we have two views. One is Professor Pete Smith from University of Aberdeen. He's talking about having a system with measurement, with monitoring, with remote sensing and all modeling. While the other one is from Professor McBratney from University of Sydney, who promotes that there should be also verification through actual measurement. So if we don't measure what's happening in the soil and we just model them, then we don't know what is real. So all of these webinar series are available on the YouTube channel of the 4 per Meal initiative. So I invite you to go to the 4 per 1000 YouTube channel, and these are the library of the scientific the latest scientific resources that everyone can learn from. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Budiman. That's fantastic to hear about the webinars, and I hear they were very well attended, so that's really great news. So the next speaker for this session was going to be Jean-François Susanna, whom we heard from already earlier. He presented about the Soil Carbon International Research Consortium. So this concludes, in fact, the speakers for this third session. So are there any questions from the audience about the updates from science that we heard from? Yes, please.
I will have one just for the first session where there was a bit of mulching, and it's an interesting because mulching will help us to save in terms of water losses, so we can increase in terms of water retention. Then later on, the organic matter will also be recycled in the soil, so we can still increase something. Then I don't think there is an answer. I'm just putting it here to see what kind of tips you can be able to share. And someone was also referring to it. Is instances where we have serious issues of really sources of organic matter to be able to generate, to contribute to the 4 per 1,000. Because there are places where we are based, where we are for now, and you travel to most of parts of Africa also, you'll realize that the sources of organic matter is becoming a critical issue, despite the willingness. What kind of tips the team that is involved in the science and so can provide for region to try to see how we can be able to improve the sources, the potential sources of organic matter? I don't know if it's an outlier question or if it's still.
Thank you for the question. I think that this question is going a lot over all what was presented. Is the main question of how we can generate organic matter out of the present situation to increase the quantity of organic matter we can have in the soil. So this is all the question about using fertilizer to boost the production of organic matter. I mean, the biomass in general, being able to bring it back to the soil. And also, but the problem that we have in all those countries is the competition for the fuel, the competition for the animals, the competition for so many other use of this biomass that makes the things difficult to bring back a huge quantity to the soil. So I'm not sure that we will be able to answer this question today because this is a complex thing. I just propose that you have some scientists in the room, just take the lunchtime to grab them and try to find solution with them.
Thank you. So I have rather a comment. What I would like to say is I like the way that the science is moving in the 4 per 1,000 initiative, webinars, and MRV, and I look forward to see it on the website in January 2024, because I think that it's a good way to move, and I am very keen on looking at what will be published in the website on what has been done by the 4 per 1,000 initiative. And if I may, we have heard many speakers talking about data and methodology. Maybe we can go further, just which type, when we are talking about data, what it is about. Maybe speakers or I would scientists or private sector and all stakeholders are not using the same definition for data and data metrics indicators. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. Yes, please.
Yes, we will take this question, and I think it's a good subject for the STC to continue to work next year.
Yes, thank you. To go further on this question about capacity of soil to storage carbon, there is a big question. It's a front of science, actually. It's the capacity of soil to storage carbon in the deep soil. And actually, the standard is 30 centimeters. But what about 1 meter, for example, 2 meters? That it can change the things. So it's just it's a metric, okay? And the first horizon, 30 centimeters, is an horizon of exchange. So often there is no storage in this horizon, but there is storage in the deep soil that can change the evaluation of agriculture systems.
Absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, do we still have time for other questions? Paul, I'm turning to you. One more question. Okay. Yes, Gulnara, please.
Hello, a question to the scientists about the carbon capture. Do you work with IPCC as well? Because when we do our quantification of carbon, we should apply their principles, basically from Pillar 4 in agriculture. So just wanted to know if you're working with them to enhance their also research and delivery of IPCC measures. Thank you.
I can answer directly. So not all of us work with the IPCC, but some members do work. But we do most of when we quantify the carbon, we always refer back to the IPCC principles. For example, as before that it's to do with the topsoil 0 to 30 centimeters. So why we do 30 to centimeter so that we know that it's beyond 30 centimeter. But for the sorry, permanency. Yeah, permanency. It's a difficult topic, but because carbon has all different lifetime, so and in terms of
May I suggest, apologies to cut you off, Budiman, because this is an interesting answer, but may I suggest that you pursue this conversation over lunch, given it's a general question and it deserves an in-depth answer. But thank you so much for this. We really appreciate it and appreciate the discussion. So thank you so much, everybody, for your contributions to this high-level segment and your interesting questions. So thank you all very much for your participation this morning and beginning of afternoon. And yes, we strongly encourage you to pursue the discussion over lunch and to stay with us for the very interesting and important parts of the Partner Forum and the Members Consortium. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and dear soulmates, a new word I learned today at the World Soil Day celebration here in FAO. I'm very pleased to participate in this high-level segment to celebrate the 7th 4 per 1,000 Day 2023 with you all. Just yesterday, we celebrated World Soil Day under the theme Soil and Water, a Source of Life, with more than 6,000 events organized worldwide. Soil and water are indeed the source of life and food. 95% of our food is produced on land, in soils with water. The health of our soils and freshwater ecosystems, groundwater, rivers, lakes, and wetlands, directly influence the quality and quantity of our food. Healthy soils are also the key alliance for climate change mitigation and adaptation. However, our soils and freshwater bodies are facing threats from climate change, population growth, increased demand for food, and competing land use, and many other unsustainable human activities. Techniques including landscape restoration, soil recarbonization, sustainable management, and restoration of high-carbon ecosystems, such as black soils, peatlands, wetlands, rangelands, and mangroves, and reclamation of degraded soils could reduce up to 1/3 of greenhouse gas emission from agricultural land. FAO promotes the recarbonization of agricultural soils through the Rec Soil initiative of the Global Soil Partnership. For example, in Costa Rica, 45 dairy and coffee farmers are actively contributing to the reduction of up to 872 tons of CO2 equivalent per year across nearly 500 hectares. This is achieved through the adoption of sustainable soil management practices encompassing grazing and manure management, erosion control techniques, and also the enhancement of residual cover. We also have the similar project in Togo, in Mexico, and other countries. These actions are supported by the adoption of the fertilizer code to prevent the misuse and overuse of fertilizers, thus reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and by using nitrogen fixing and also phosphorus fertilizers fixing microbes and a biofertilizer technique. So as we strive to feed a growing population with more food and more nutritious and safer food, we must adopt sustainable agricultural practices to produce more food with less water while preserving and enhancing the soil health. Dear colleagues, I take this opportunity to call on all participants and members of the 4 by 1,000 initiative to join forces with FAO and also its Global Soil Partnership to continue working together to raise awareness of the critical role that the soil and water play in sustaining productive and resilient agri-food systems and in mitigating and adapting to climate change in the future. Let us unite our efforts for healthy soils and clean waters. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very happy 4 per 1,000 Day 2023. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jan Plagge. I'm president of iFarm Organics Europe, the European umbrella of the organic movement, and I'm sending this message to you here from our organic house in Brussels. Organic farming aligns closely with the objective of the 4 Promille initiative. Soil health is a cornerstone of organic farming. Health is one of the 4 principles of organic agriculture next to ecology, fairness and care. Organic farming has a unique approach to develop soil fertility, and many practices of organic farming help to improve soil health and contribute significantly to a higher soil carbon sequestration. Practices such as the use of organic fertilizers and manure, improved and more diverse crop varieties, crop rotations including legumes, planting of cover crops and extensive grazing contribute to increased carbon storage. This results in organic farmers storing around 450 kilos of carbon per hectare additionally every year on their fields. The increased sequestration together with reduced greenhouse gas emission leads to a climate protection performance of organic farms of more than 1,000 kilo CO2 equivalents per hectare and year. Organic farmers aim to close their nutrient cycles rather than relying on external inputs. This increases their resilience, reduces greenhouse gas emissions, prevents pollution of soils and waters by refraining from the use of synthetic pesticides and fertilizers. And that improves water retention in soils as well. Besides improving carbon sequestration, the organic farming system therefore has multiple other environmental benefits. This is, for example, as shown by 30% more biodiversity in the average on organic farms. The European Union has set a target of 25% agricultural land under organic farming by 2030. This ambitious target is a clear recognition of the benefits that organic farming provides for biodiversity, ecosystem services, and the climate. Achieving this target offers a huge potential to further develop organic agriculture, and by this improve soil health across the whole European Union and increase soil organic carbon stocks. It's crucial that agroecology is prioritized also on international level to achieve healthy soils and for climate mitigation and adaptation. Only systemic solutions can provide multiple benefit to tackle many crises and challenges at once. Input-intensive systems, on the other hand, only seek to maximize single aspects while harming others under the pretext of efficiency. While organic farmers are improving soil health on the ground, the organic movement as such will continue to advocate for bringing soil health on the agenda and to ensure that the importance of healthy soils and resilient farm systems and addressing climate change is recognized. Thank you and many success for all your initiatives.
Good day, everyone. I'm Bram Govaerts, Director General of CIMMYT. I'm honored to address you today as a participant and strong supporter of the high-level segment of the 4 Promille initiative at the COP28 with the theme, Let's put soil health higher on the international agenda and act together now. I hereby pledge CIMMYT, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, full support to this initiative and to its strategic plan, which aims to protect, conserve, and recover soils to achieve global food security and mitigate climate change in the decades to come. Soils are the foundation of life. Healthy soils provide food and water, make food systems resilient, and protect the biodiversity. Degraded soils lead to hunger, pollution, and climate change. Therefore, a productive agriculture is dependent on healthy soils, And therefore, CIMMYT is working with scientists and farmers around the world to create regenerative production systems that conserve soils, produce nutritious food, and mitigate climate change. Science-based improved soil management can help us all to adapt to the adverse effects of climate change by conserving water, generating a buffer capacity to withstand drought and heat stresses to the crops, increasing soil carbon sequestration in the soil, and reduce emissions from the agricultural activities. It is urgent, therefore, to provide farmers with means to conserve and improve soil health against the current extractive and degenerative production systems that only consider short-term gains and do not look at the long-term impact, and thereby even jeopardize long-term soil conservation. We need to provide farmers not only with practices, but also with information and training, so they can implement soil management practices and improve soils at big scales. All actors in the food chain, as a matter of fact, must collaborate to achieve this goal. The scientific community has a task and needs to identify the best practices. But also, input providers have to develop machinery in order to enable farmers to apply conserving practices and products that conserve soils. Food companies must reward farmers for implementing regenerative agriculture, and therefore consumers need to support soil health by buying the right products and adapting their buying choices. Policymakers have to prioritize soil health in their agricultural development plans. There is simply no other way for us as a community of practice, but especially as a global community of practice, to deliver the objectives of the 4 per 1000 initiative. There is no time. There is no time left to waste. We must solve today tomorrow's food security problems. The challenge begins and ends with soil health. So yes, let's put soil health higher on the development agenda and act together now. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning to everybody. So I'm Bernard Hubert, speaking from France. I am the chair of the French Committee on International Agricultural Research, which gathers the 3 involved ministries by us, the Ministry in charge of Agriculture, the Ministry in charge of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry in charge of Research, as well as the main French research organizations, CIRAD, INRAE, IRD, and the French Agency for Development, AFD. I was also the former president of Agropolis International for 2 terms. Agropolis International is an association based in Montpellier, which gathers the main research and higher education organizations present in the area, and also with some policy communities. And main research organizations and universities, including some research organizations from abroad, for instance, CSIRO, the USDA ARS, and the Brazilian Embrapa, and also one of the office of the CGIAR Alliance, SIAT Biodiversity Alliance, and of course, the headquarters of CGIAR, because we are hosting since 13 years now, the headquarters of CGIAR. And it represents about between 2,500, 300 researchers and professors involved in food systems, agriculture, and environment, particularly biodiversity and climate change. Agropolis International is also hosting the French Scientific Committee on Desertification, which is a hub in regard of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, UNFCCC. At 4, we are on, and we also are hosting the 4 pour 1000 initiative. We are, since the beginning, we are strongly supporting the 4 pour 1000 initiative, because for us, there are a lot of people working on soil and soil conservation and the relationship of soil with plants and climate change and things like that. But for me, personally, I think it's a very critical issue, probably more than water issue, because water is more or less cycling the world at the global level, but it is not the case of soil. And when you lose this soil somewhere, then you go back to the bedrock. And it lasts hundreds, centuries, or thousands of years or more to build a new soil again. And we really, really need to have well-functioning soils, which are the interface between the structure of the earth and the living world, which we are part of as human beings. So protecting the soils, improving their functioning, and taking care of soil as a living part of our world is something which is, for me, very critical and at stake. And we really are happy of what the 4 per 1000 initiative is doing, and particularly this event during the COP28 in Dubai. I wish you a very good day and fruitful meeting and exchanging.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Ercilia Saores, and I am International Director of 3 organizations: Regeneration International, Organic Consumers Association, and Via Organica. Together, we have supported the work of 4 per 1000 since 2015 by signing the initiative, but also by co-organizing presentations of 4 per 1000 in Mexico, South Africa, and the United States, along with the Secretariat, civil society organizations, farmer organizations, and governments. We have also been involved in 4 per 1000 presentations in South America, Europe, and Australia. Our mission as Regeneration International is to show proven examples of farms, practices, and principles which work with nature to regenerate soils, bringing back biodiversity, water, and life. We have also played a very important role in the global conversation to show that agriculture can be part of the solution to the climate crisis. That's why we believe that 4 per 1000 is a fundamental tool to help us promote regenerative soil management and highlight the role of farmers in the conservation of diversity and soil regeneration. As an organization with 570 affiliates in 72 countries and a 4 million people outreach, we can help make this happen. I hope you have a very productive day. It's a big responsibility that we have in our hands, but together we can make this happen. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Catherine Migaud, directrice de la Fondation FARM, Fondation pour l'agriculture et la ruralité dans le monde. FARM est un think tank qui a pour mission d'éclairer les décideurs, publics et privés, sur les meilleures voies à emprunter pour un développement durable des agricultures dans le monde, en particulier dans les pays en développement. La Fondation se mobilise sur des sujets essentiels pour l'avenir de nos agricultures. Elle s'investit dans des projets qui mobilisent et créent des liens entre la recherche, les pouvoirs publics, les acteurs des filières et les agriculteurs que nous mettons au centre de nos préoccupations. Depuis 1 an, nous sommes partenaires de l'initiative 4 per 1000. Nous partageons cette vision d'une agriculture positive qui apporte des solutions à la lutte contre le changement climatique grâce au stockage de carbone dans les sols. En 2023, ce partenariat a permis la réalisation d'actions conjointes. Nous avons contribué à l'organisation de 2 conférences régionales, en Côte d'Ivoire en mai dernier, puis en Inde en septembre. en finançant la participation de producteurs du Sud. Il est essentiel que leur voix soit portée et entendue par les décideurs lors de ces événements. Nous avons également co-organisé à Montpellier, avec l'initiative 4 pour 1000, une conférence sur les outils de mesure d'impact pour la transition agroécologique. Elle a réuni un panel de chercheurs, d'institutions publiques, d'entreprises des filières agroalimentaires et des producteurs. Enfin, nous travaillons actuellement avec des étudiants d'une école d'ingénieurs, l'ISARA, afin de documenter une série d'exploitations qui ont mis en place des pratiques agroécologiques. Ce travail, qui s'inscrit dans les objectifs que nous partageons avec l'initiative 4 pour 1000, débouchera sur une publication commune. Voilà, je vous souhaite une excellente conférence.
Dear friends, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to the high-level segment of the forum of the 4 per Mill initiative. Before we start this session, picture this. Just before planting a seed, a farmer takes a moment to meditate on the field with great intention on the farm. When you are in a state of serene balance, those good vibrations, those heartwarming vibrations, don't just stay with you. They are transmitted to the seeds, the soil, the water, and the environment. It's like a cosmic pep talk for your plants. Meditation is not merely just sitting with closing your eyes. It is more than that. It is recognize the interconnectedness of individual consciousness with the collective consciousness or the cosmic consciousness. It is about understanding that our journey involves not just appreciating this Mother Earth, improving the soil, sustaining the agricultural measures, and increasing yield, but it is also about doing a little bit of mental spring cleaning and improving mental health. Suppose our minds are as clean without any avarice, without any greed, without any selfishness, then the lands and the soils wouldn't be polluted. We need healthy minds for healthy soils, and that is a bold proposal, isn't it? For me, Kanha Santivanam, the world headquarters of Heartfulness Institute, is like a Disneyland of peace, tranquility, a green forest where humanity and nature come together and they throw a constant peace party. Our inner peace isn't just for show, it's the first step towards a world where every living being is in sync with the profound miracle of existence. It is like being part of a grand orchestra where the conductor is Mother Earth herself. Little mothers like Gaumata or Mother Cow, who gives so many beautiful nectarine miracles, like Panchakavya, a traditional mixture prepared from the ingredients received from cow, Bija Amrit, which is an ancient sustainable agricultural technique, and Jivamritam, that improves soil quality and helps plants to absorb nutrition quickly. Nimastra removes caterpillars, bugs, and pests, the tiny mothers like earthworms that work relentlessly for our benefit, beneficial bacteria cultured by benevolent practices. All these are our mothers that make this vast Mother Earth even more fertile. The need of the hour is scientific research to validate the most useful practices and additives so that the world can appreciate such scientific discoveries after validation and put them in practice. The next need is to avoid the indiscriminate use of the most destructive chemicals which are poisonous, like pesticides, weedicides, some fertilizers and antibiotics in farming, leading to immunosuppression and autoimmune diseases. Now, how do we do all this? It can be done by coming back to our original idea of improving mental health, to improve the health of our environment and the world. How is that possible? Having a sound mind, gifted with right thinking and correct understanding, will such person try to hurt by polluting the air or by polluting the waters or by polluting the earth? I doubt it. And how do you remove the pollution from the mind? Ancient knowledge, ancient wisdom says it is only through internal cleaning, through meditation. I wish to draw an idea, an analogy here. Suppose we treat our minds like Marie Kondo treats our homes. How would it be? Her minimalistic approach of, she says, does an object spark joy? Then keep it. If not, discard it. It's very inspiring, you see. Suppose you have a thought about something. Does it spark joy? Does that thought spark joy in my heart? If yes, keep that thought, work on it, and let it take you forward. Suppose it does not spark joy, then throw it, discard it. This new mental decluttering will go a long way in keeping our minds clean and thus also improving our environment. As we embark on this noble journey of reconnecting with nature healthily, let's remember that we are all in this together. Humans, plants, animals, rocks, and even minerals are all part of our planet Earth. Our well-being and the well-being of this planet are like a cosmic dance, and we are the DJ at this dance show. We need to orchestrate in a very regenerative way and make sure there is harmony. So, my friends, let's not just honor the miracle of existence. As we work towards a world of healthy soils and clean minds, remember, we are not just planting seeds in the ground. We are planting seeds of change in our hearts, minds, and very fabric of our interconnected existence. I wish all a very regenerative future, and let that begin with healthy regenerative soil, and all that just simply close your eyes and ask your heart, what should I do towards this? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Richard Zaltzman, Chief Impact Officer at EIT Food, and it's a great honour to be invited to the 7th 4 per Mil Day here at COP28 and to have the opportunity to say a few words in support of this great initiative. 4 per Mil brings together a community of people and organisations who are driving vital action on soil health and restoration at this critical time in the world's food systems. At EIT Food, we're delighted to see the momentum building at COP28 for food systems transformation and a growing understanding of the existential role that soil has to play if we're to achieve a sustainable food system for all. Soil health presents one of the ultimate collaborative challenges of our time, as it is embedded at the heart of the complex social system that we all exist in, a system that we are committed to change through innovation. However, we're not there yet. I've had too many conversations about expectations for regenerative wheat, or questions about how much carbon can be claimed next year when we find farmers who will commit to a crop today. But to have regenerative wheat, or broader regenerative crops, we need a regenerative landscape and a regenerative system whose foundations will of course be healthy soils. We're focusing our resources on this challenge, and there is of course a long way to go and a lot more we can do in partnership with you. We've trained over 1,200 farmers, supporting them with 3 years of assistance, which is a drop in the ocean but creates a pioneer group of people driving change. We've some of Europe's top universities researching these complex issues, and we've startups and entrepreneurs looking at how they can solve these difficult problems and create regenerative food systems with healthy soils at their heart. We're challenging companies to commit to this transition and to join us in a landscape transformation in a pre-competitive environment, recognizing that their businesses, which might compete on the shelves, share roots in the same soil. And to support this, we're committing 15 million euros over the next 3 years to establish transition pathways for farmers and communities to create regenerative landscapes through our Regenerative Innovation Portfolio Initiative in partnership with Food Valley NL. We're delighted to support 4 per Mill's work and to bring our community of partners, students, entrepreneurs and engaged people to continue working together for a more sustainable future built on healthy soils. Thank you very much.
Thank you.